Yes.
Welcome everyone to Community District Education, Community Council Education District 2. I just want to begin by saying that we as a council send our condolences to the family and friends of the victims of the tragic events in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. We are reminded by these events of how much better it is to debate peacefully with respect. We as a council send our condolences to the family and friends of the victims of the tragic events in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. We are reminded by these events of how much. I'm getting a little feedback here, but how important it is to debate peacefully transitions of power and transition of elected officials. And without this, our life promises to be, in the words of Thomas Hobbes, nasty, brutish, and short. So having said that, I want to introduce Ms. Kessler, Martha Kessler. She is going to give a brief presentation.
Don't we need to do a roll call first?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Vincent, please call the roll.
Sure, thank you. Robin Broshi.
Here.
Eric Goldberg.
Here.
Emily Hallstrom.
Here.
Vincent Hom, I'm here. Edward Irizarry.
Here.
Here. Maud Marin.
She is absent. She's had a family emergency.
Okay. Benjamin Warden.
Here.
Ushma Neal.
Here.
Len Silverman.
Here.
Okay. Shino Tanakawa.
Here.
Here.
And Tom Rockledge.
Here.
Okay. So we have 10.
Great. So we have a quorum.
Yes.
So as I was saying, we have with us tonight Martha Kessler, kind enough to give a presentation on the upcoming CEC elections. Ms. Please take it away.
Actually, Yvette, could you make Martha Kessler a co-host? Because I know she has a slide deck and she's going to want to be able to share her screen.
Hi, everybody. My daughter decided to start playing video games very loudly.
She's muted. She's muted. Martha, you have to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Anyway, I just wanted to thank the council members for inviting me along. It's sometimes interesting to come to a community education council and tell all of the guests how they can unseat the current members and get themselves elected.
What?
Hi, I think you need to mute. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay, what's her name?
Her name is Martha Kessler.
I don't have screen sharing yet, but I'm here. I'm a parent of 2 children. One just graduated, another on her way out. I was recently the chair of Manhattan High School's President's Council. The President's Councils represent PAs and PTAs at the district level. They're kind of a sister organization to a CEC. So I'm someone who's familiar with parent governance, and that's why I come and advocate for people to get involved in CEC elections every 2 years. So those of you who are here for the first time, you may have come for a particular issue that you want to talk about, or you may just be curious. And you may be wondering, well, how do I get involved? And that's what I'd like to talk to you about. And oh, great, it's working. Lovely. Share, I think we're good. So In the past, until this year, all the CEC elections took place every 2 years. It's still the same, and every member is going to be reelected. All the councils, all of the members are reelected. So there are no repeat terms. And there are no term limits as long as your children are served by the council that you're applying to. The thing that really changed this year is because of the advocacy, actually, especially many of the members here on this particular council. Parents went to Albany and lobbied the state, who control and govern the CECs with state law. They lobbied to change the voting so that instead of having a little mini electoral college in every school of the three mandatory members of each school's parent association, the voting is now open to every parent of a public school student. So that's an enormous electorate. We've gone from 5,800 to potentially 1 million voters, if not more. And what happened was that we decided to use a newish web app that the DOE has been rolling out much more intensely since we went remote and since the pandemic started. It's called NYXA, New York City Schools Account. And you may have heard of it as My Student, which is actually the URL. If you do not have your NYXA account activated, you cannot participate in the election, either as a candidate or a voter. So we're working with parent coordinators, with schools, with anyone who can help us to get as many of our parents signed up in advance of May, which is when we vote. So one of the things when we're talking to parents at PTAs or different town hall meetings, we always say, if you want to find out about a CEC, go to a meeting. And here you are. So you've already achieved number one of how to participate. So if you want to make change, if you want to make noise, if you want to be heard by the DOE, apply for a seat in the month of February. And for sure, you need to vote in May and vote with knowledge rather than just arbitrarily picking names. Take the time to find out who the candidates are going to be to represent you. So I'm going to give you a really, really quick little introduction to councils. This is one, D2 is one of 32 geographical councils that represent each school district. And then we have 4 citywide councils. That's easy. They represent different populations. This council, D2, is 9 elected parents, 2 seats reserved for an English language learner parent and the parent of a child with an IEP. And then there are also 2 appointees from the borough president. CEC work, as you probably know, if you have been to more than, this is not your first meeting. They host town halls, collaborate with the superintendent on zoning and on the capital plan, which is big chunks of money going to do improvements on schools. So this is just a few things that CECs do. If you want to find out more, talk to your council members, ask them about the kind of commitment of time that they have. So very briefly, we have the 4 citywide councils. I'm sorry, I'm about to lose my mind. The 4 citywide councils are high schools and English language learners. High schools is the one that's most different because 2 parents from each borough are elected to represent their borough on the citywide council for high schools. And then English language learners and the 2 special ed councils, one for children, parents of children with IEP, and one for parents of students in District 75 schools. They are pretty much the same format as the community councils with 9 elected parents and 2 appointees. And every council has a seat for a non-voting appointed high school senior, something I always try and push because my own son did it last year for District 1. He was the high school senior because he was really nervous about having not enough things on his college app. And when he started serving, he actually really enjoyed it. And he felt that he was the voice of the student. So if you have an 11th grader or you know an 11th grader who you think is politically motivated, who might enjoy this, please ask them to contact the CEC or FACE to apply for that position. So for councils to be eligible either to run or to vote, it's about your child, your student, not really necessarily you, but what your where your children are at school and whether they have any special needs, a special certification. So for example, the lady on the left, she has 2 children, but she's eligible for 3 different councils. They live in District 24 and they have, she has a son in a Bronx high school. So she's eligible for CCHS and she's eligible also for CC 24. And the daughter, who's the one who makes her eligible for 24, also makes her eligible for CCSE. The same applies to the other parent, only 1 child, but 2 councils. So that's just an example of how the eligibility is driven by the student. Going to quickly let you know about our timeline. The most important thing is we're coming up to applications. They open in February the 1st through the 28th. Then during March and April, we have our candidate forums. Candidate forums are hosted by president's councils, and they will be virtual this year. And we're working very hard with actually with a media company who will help with the technology, who will help us so that we're not, parents aren't stressing out over Zoom problems. And after the forums are done, voting begins in May the 1st till the 11th. That gives us about 6 weeks to deal with any runoffs or any ties. And then by the end of June, we orient our new members and they serve their term beginning July the 1st for 2 years. So participation really comes down to being sure that you, your friends, your school, peers, your other parents all have their NICSA account. Even after this election is done and our council members are seated, NICSA is going to be the way forward for how we communicate with Central. I mean, and it's actually a very good website and it's available in all languages. So you can find your kids' attendance, your kids' bus schedule when, and if they ever get back on those buses. You can find their report cards. If your child has an IEP, this is now the first time that an IEP is stored online. You can download that IEP from NICSA. So there are many, many reasons why it's just an excellent tool. Parents have been making a lot of noise for a lot of years about communications between Central and our families. And I think that New York City Schools account actually does answer many of those issues that we brought up for a long time. So most importantly, talk to other parents you know who you think would be interested in participating. This really, community education councils is really the way that parents can affect change outside of their own individual school. So I always said it's a really, really good pulpit from which we can voice our issues to the DOE, because the DOE listens. They listen to CECs because they're mandated by state law to listen to CECs. They work very closely with the superintendent, who is mandated to be at every meeting. So it is an opportunity for parents to participate in school policy. And I think that that's something that we all really need to step up and do more of. I'm happy to take any questions. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I know many of you have a lot of concerns outside of this, but if you have a problem with the DOE, this is the place to, this is the platform that you can affect change. And so I really want to encourage everybody, even if you don't have the time to run, take the time when forums happen. And of course, everything will be recorded online. So you'll be able to watch the forum, even if you can't actually make the event, but make sure you know who these participants are. District 2 has always had amazingly functional, high functioning councils. It's a big district with a lot of very active parents, but there are many districts around the city that are not as lucky. So take advantage of this really powerful organization and be part of it. And I think, unless you have any questions, that's really as much as I have to say.
It actually looks like there are a couple of folks that have their hand raised. So we'll take a handful of questions and then people can follow up. You could we'll tell them the address again
Please.
where they can email you
Okay.
after that.
Okay,
And
I don't see a chat, otherwise I would.
yeah, no,
post.
the chat is turned off because sometimes we're not as high functioning as you said.
Oh, but just to say, we are now, our website is part of the schools.nyc.gov. So just go to this nyc.gov website and type in CEC elections, boom, and our email and our contact information will come up.
Okay, great. The first we'll hear from, and just to, these are, I expect the questions I'm asking the people with their hands up are process questions about how the election works, not opinion opportunities that can be during the public session. So we'll start with Stefan. I saw his name first. Nope, took his hand down. Okay, so I saw Rachel Glooby was next. So Rachel, I've asked you to unmute yourself and you can go ahead and ask Martha a question.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was curious to know if a child has two parents, will both parents be allowed to vote? Or is it one vote per child?
It is actually, you're absolutely right. It is one vote per child per council. As Robin said, whenever we have this conversation with a group of parents, there's usually a lot of people who think this is a really, really bad idea. So I just want to say, I do not want to get into good or bad. Laws got changed very quickly and then the pandemic happened. And so there's been, we're doing the best we can with the situation that we have. Decisions were made, and if it doesn't work out, things will be reevaluated. So at this point, just like I mentioned in the presentation, the student drives eligibility. If you have 3 children in District 2 schools, you can vote 3 times. So it's a child per vote per council. That's true. Robin's looking at me like incredulous. It's true. Don't shoot the messenger. So if, for example, the lady before that we looked at who had a daughter in a district school with an IEP, she's going to get one parent. The first parent who logs on to vote is going to get a vote in the district council and in the CCSE. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and next we have Lupe. So I'm gonna unmute you.
How do I undo my camera so you can see me? There we go. Is that? Oh. There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Hi. I'm curious. So I see that it's changed. So you do not have to be a current community affairs PTA member in order to run at this point. It's eligible to just regarding your district.
Running was always applying to be a member was always open to all parents as long as your student is served by that council. What has changed is voting.
Voting.
You know, maybe it's not, I mean, it's a perfect analogy. We had an electoral college. When we voted for our CEC members, we chose our 3 mandatory PA members who voted on behalf of the whole school. Now, if they did that job and they held a meeting and they said, these are the candidates, let's decide as a community, but that's hard to do. You know, that can be a very complicated thing to do. So now everybody votes and they get to vote one time. But
unless you have 3 kids.
And that's right. But I just want to say, and you know, people say, but how come both parents can't vote? Well, this is the way that it's working this time. And honestly, we make a lot of decisions as families. We decide about what we're going to eat, what schools kids go to, how late they can stay out. This is another decision that has to be made as a family. And that's my best defense.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and next we have Kaushik. So I'm gonna whoops, ask you to unmute.
Hi. Question regarding this year, CEC has been obviously entirely remote. And next year, do we know what that's going to look like? Because whether or not someone can serve will be driven highly by that. I would imagine that given the increased representation we've had by doing things at Zoom, at least some meetings would be Zoom. But I think could we have some guidance on this before applications close? Because I think it's a pretty important criteria for people to make their time commitment decisions.
Well, here's the thing: the election team that we're not tasked with making those kind of decisions. I think what we really have to look at, and talking as a parent leader, a high school parent leader, is I saw suddenly a real interest in high school parents to participate in parent associations, because so much of the barrier had been the distance, that now our kids can go to high school anywhere in the 5 boroughs. So it's very hard. So I think that the DOE is not going to, I'm guessing as a parent and someone who's been involved in this kind of stuff, I don't think it's likely that the DOE will pull back completely from virtual meetings. And to answer your question, there has been no guidance at all about when parents will be able to return to school to meet, even after more and more students. My guess is that parents are at the very end of the line in terms of access to the school building while the pandemic is going on. I think that what CECs need to do is have a platform, have a position. It's something you should talk about, because yes, parents may sign up and be appointed to the council, and then if the council stopped being virtual, it might prohibit their ability to participate. But the CEC itself should decide and lobby the DOE and or the state to allow them to continue meeting virtually or in some kind of hybrid version, which is, I think, what will probably happen.
Well, that was my next question. That was my next question.
Martha, could you get back to us on that question though? Because I think it's an important one, which may influence people's decision to run. So could that be a takeaway that you come back to us with?
Absolutely, Eric. That's a really good idea. I just don't know if there's I think the reason why I can't answer is I don't think there is no policy as yet.
Well, just a follow-up question to that is who ultimately decides that? Is it the CEC themselves? Is it the state body that you mentioned?
State law.
Is it
We
the
have
DOE?
open meeting laws, which are set up by a state legislature, right? So by executive order, those open meeting laws were suspended, which allowed us to do the Zoom meetings. Now, assuming that doesn't last forever, we would have to go back to meeting in public, is my understanding.
Correct.
The earliest that healthy adults will be able to be vaccinated is maybe May, much more likely June into September.
So I will come back to you. I will ask if I can find an answer. I will get it to you immediately. My feeling is this is probably very much up in the air for the administration. And it may in fact be an issue for the subsequent administration to figure out.
And the governor and state legislature, perhaps. Okay, we have a question from Isabel, had her hand up. So,
Hi, thank you. Very quick question. If your kid is not yet in kindergarten, can you already vote, or is that too early?
It's too early. This is another one of those funny little things. You can run, you can apply to run, but you're not eligible to vote as a pre-K parent. So it's K. Oh, hang on a minute. You are. If your child is in a pre-K that is attached to a school building, then that gives you eligibility. If your child is in a satellite pre-K, you are not eligible to run or vote. It's because when you're in a pre-K in a school building, you're part of a DOE school, and you're probably going to continue in that school, in a DOE school. So there is a caveat with pre-K, whether you're actually in a DOE school building or in a satellite, even if it's still a DOE pre-K.
Okay, so we're gonna we have Lori, Helena, and then Kashuk again, and then we're gonna close out the questions on this. But we'll give you a way to contact us and a way to contact Martha directly if you come up with any additional questions. But we're gonna close it off after these 3 inquiries. So first, Lori, go ahead.
Hi, quick question about eligibility. If my youngest child is currently in the 8th grade, so next year I will have no children below high school, am I eligible to run?
You're eligible. You are eligible to run as long as your child is still registered in 8th grade during the election, which they will be because it's May. You are eligible to run. So you would be serving 2 terms as a CEC member, but you would be a high school parent. But I mean, I think the feeling is you're still committed and connected to your district and your community. Where you cannot run is if you're a 12th grade parent, because then you're never going to come back to school. You know, they know your child is graduating out. But 8th grade parents can run for the Community Education Council.
Okay, Helena, go ahead.
Hey, hi. Are there any restrictions to, if you are voted into this council, to serving on another council or another board? I know community board applications are open right now as well.
Well, the community boards are completely separate to community education councils. The restrictions are more about, like, if you're a DOE employee, you're not eligible to serve on a CEC. You could be but a community board has no conflict in terms of a conflict of interest. So yeah, it's only DOE employees who are not allowed to run.
Thank you.
And Kashuk?
I think I know the answer to this, but others may not. Is there still the restriction by school, meaning there can't be 2 CEC members per school, even though we're changing the voting to make it more global?
It's called the same school rule, and it applies to the election, but it does not apply to any appointments. So what happens, again, maybe not so much in D2, but many districts will lose members. And then there's a process of applying to the CC to take a seat. And in that situation, let's say you were applying for the empty seat and there was someone from your kid's school. If you were the only applicant, you'd be allowed to be seated. But for the election, the same school rule applies, which means that even if the three people from your school who run all place, only one of them would be allowed to serve.
And what happens if, again, follow up to that, what happens if a parent has a child in a elementary school and a child in a middle school?
Well, both schools, so the thing is you're still, it doesn't, you can't say, well, I'll take school B and you have school A. You have kids in both school A and school B. So the same school rule will apply across, it'll apply to parents running in the other school as
So
well.
like if a parent has a kid at Wagner, Clinton, and PS 116, and they get the most votes, that means no one else from Wagner or Clinton or PS 116 can be seated on the council.
You sound like it's right, but it sounds incredibly pejorative. So,
but that's correct. That's how it's been done. And we've been fighting this for God knows how long.
Back to Albany you go, Sheena.
We tried. Every year we go back there and we try to change this and they just don't listen to us. So
there is one exception to that, which is if you are the borough president appointee.
That's correct.
So I have children at 3 different schools and there is overlap with other elected members. And I'm one of the borough president appointees.
Okay, so those are the 2 exceptions.
But Albany does listen sometimes, or some people in Albany listen.
Hey, Harvey. Nice to see you, the Honorable Harvey.
Snuck in. Okay, so for anyone that didn't get questions answered tonight, if you go to the DOE's website, at the very top, there's a tab that says Get Involved. And then you scroll down a little bit, and there's something that says Education Councils 2021. But you can always send an email to us at CEC2@schools.nyc.gov. And if it's about the election, our administrative assistant gets those emails and she can redirect it directly to Martha. So don't hesitate to send emails into that email address and we'll redirect it the right way. And so thank you, Martha, very much for presenting to us tonight. And you're welcome to stick around if you'd like.
I will. I'm excited.
Okay, good. And right before we're about to go into our public session, I'll remind everyone that for tonight's meeting, we have a 1-minute limit on public statements. But first, I'm going to let Assemblymember Harvey Epstein say hello. So take it away, Harvey.
Thanks, Rob, and thank you all for letting me take a minute just to update you where things are going in Albany. If people saw, the governor spoke yesterday in his State of the State, and the fiscal deficit right now in New York is atrocious. I mean, the impact that could have would be, really devastating on New York. Unfortunately, it's been devastating because we've made some choices that not to look for additional sources of revenue during this pandemic, and we've been cutting, $4 billion cuts in nonprofits and services, people being laid off, and so the impact that it has on all of us is, the risk for our schools, right? And as parents, like, I'm a parent of 2, and I care deeply about our public school system. If we do not find new sources of revenue, we're going to continue to cut. We've seen 20% cuts in SUNY budget and CUNY budget, and luckily the K through 12 budgets have not been cut yet, but unless we figure out between federal revenue and state revenue what we're going to do, we're going to see those cuts coming. We were going to have a hearing at the end of December just to talk about mayoral control of the schools. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a snowstorm that day and we couldn't do it. I expect that we'll reschedule that hearing at the end of January. So just people keep an eye out for that. If people remember, about 1.5 years ago, we reauthorized mayoral control with 35 changes led by the ECC and the CEC, changes that they wanted to see. Now we're looking at whether mayoral control makes sense at all. And again, that'll be a conversation that we're starting this year, and we'll either eliminate or make real changes next year. So I'd encourage people who care about this issue, about how our schools are governed and whether it should be a centralized system as it exists today, to have that conversation. I heard you talking about the CEC elections, and we only now have CECs because of mayoral control, and we have changes in the CEC election process because of changes that we implemented 1.5 years ago. But this is not going away, and this conversation is not going away. And we just need to decide as a community, what our school system what should look like, and who should have power to make what changes. What's the role of parents? What's the role of other professionals? What's the role of students? And what's the role of a mayor? And those are questions that we need to answer. I'm glad we're doing hearings now because we don't want to answer this question like we did last time. We spent 2 months talking about mayoral control and then made some serious modifications. We need to have a real conversation about whether this is the best for New York and whether this system makes the most sense. And that's really the conversation I think we all need to engage in, because it isn't just about this school or that school. It's about the structure of our school system and whether what we're moving forward is going to be the best. I've heard fights about so many issues, but a system with mayoral control allows things to happen because we give control to an individual without independent oversight. And that's an issue that some people might like and some people don't, but maybe it's not the best system for the largest school system in the United States. So again, reach out to me if you have any questions. I'll put my email in the chat. If people have any questions, I represent a lot of the east side of Manhattan. So I'm part of CEC2 and part of CEC1. But again, I am here to support you all because I know as parents, we all struggle and with remote learning and we know how difficult it is. But we're here to be an ally. And I don't know if I have time for a question, or if not, I will just move on, Robin.
I think we'll move on, but we don't have chat on at this meeting. So again, if anyone do you want to just sort of say slowly what your email address is?
Yeah, it's easy. It's just harvey.district74@gmail.com. So it's just my name, Harvey, Harvey. I represent the 74th district, so it's just .district74@gmail. Send me an email. I respond to them, and I'm happy to talk to people when they have questions.
Thanks.
Thank you for letting me speak.
So I'm going to turn over to Shino, who's going to be running our public session list.
Okay, can you see this? Okay, the first four you can see. All right. Just a little notation here in case you're wondering why the snowstorm canceled a virtual hearing. Apparently the operator of the virtual meeting had to go up to Albany from wherever this person was living, and Assemblymember Benedetto didn't want that person to travel in the snowstorm to Albany. Anyway, the first four speakers are Lori Givanter, Craig Slutskin, James Thompson, Rosanna Levitt. I actually have two more. Yael Heller, Colleen O'Connor Grant. So Len, can you find these people?
Sure. Lori, you're unmuted.
Okay, great. I have a question about Shazat administration, which at least at our school is happening on January 27th. What I'm trying to find out is that there's very little information being given by the DOE about this administration. And I'm wondering if there will be any protections for students from high-risk families coming into the schools. I know that it doesn't, at least historically, there hasn't been a lot of flexibility for children who are sick. So I am worried that kids might show up sick, especially since they're not being tested. And I'm hoping that there might be maybe additional spacing or barriers, that sort of thing. Is there any way to get information about that is my concern.
So generally our public sessions aren't question and answer. It's, expressing a position. So Lori, we hear your concerns and we can pass them along and try to, at a future meeting or through an email communication, get the DOE to give very clear guidance on what kind of precautions they're taking to protect students.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Craig Slutskin.
Thank you. At the last meeting we had with there was a session with the Chancellor. Mr. Goldberg stated that parents in CEC2 overwhelmingly supported eliminating screens. My question, or what I would ask for, is that Mr. Goldberg present that data publicly. And I emphasize the data, not just hunches from speaking with some parents or a letter from some teachers to support that assertion. And if it exists, great. But if not, I asked Mr. Irizarry to send a letter to the Chancellor clarifying that Mr. Goldberg spoke at a turn. As the president of the CEC, I believe it's his responsibility to preserve the integrity of the CEC, and one member making a statement without it being supported raises questions in my mind. The other item I wanted to mention is my opposition to the resolution tonight on controlled choice. I believe it's going to result in sixth graders potentially having to commute 2 to 3 subways or buses to get to school, not a couple of blocks away, which to me, for an 11-year-old or whatever a sixth grader would be, it just seems very unsafe and very unwise. I know they do it in D15 in Brooklyn, but it's not as vast geographically as D2. So it's just, to me, apples and oranges comparison. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Thompson.
James, I'm asking to unmute you.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay. In a session on July 28th, District 2 Community Superintendent showed a slide that stated, quote, all community school District 2 parents will receive an email survey to collect initial impressions and perspectives regarding the use of equity-weighted formulas for middle school admissions. Parents, students, and educators may sign up to participate in their fall focus groups. Any interested parents will engage about the specifics of these data models. We will honor the school embedded roles that leaders, teachers, and parents play in crafting a vision of equity and opportunity for all students in our district, end quote. My question is, was this done? Every single parent I've spoken to, I've taken a survey, Nobody has seen any of this information. I don't get any impression that it was done. It doesn't seem like you're getting the input that is necessary to make these changes. Now we're proposing a controlled choice model that you claim as a success when you don't have sufficient data to support that.
Next speaker is Rosanna Levitt, and
I
Len,
don't see
she shows up
Rosanna.
as R. Levitt.
Oh,
I don't know if you
R.
see that.
I can't find that.
I don't see her either. Okay, the next speaker after that is Yael Heller.
Y'all, I've unmuted you or asked to unmute you. There you go.
Oh, hi. Yeah. So I would just like to say that for me, I agree with the previous statements where I don't really feel that my own input has been considered or solicited. Also with a fourth grader who will be going into school fall of 22, I don't understand why we're rushing to controlled choice without data of how middle schools will be affected without screens into the lottery system. I mean, I couldn't even begin to say how I would rank schools on that basis. And I think everybody just needs more data as to how far people are willing to commute. What do they think of the schools, how this all shakes out? And I can't make this decision or advocate for this decision without seeing how the lottery plays out first. Thank you.
I can't find the next speaker. Colleen
Okay.
O'Connor Grant.
She might show up as Grant. Do you have
There's no
anybody
Grant either.
Okay, so the one after that is Stefan Lautner, followed by Joyce Kuo.
There's there's about 9 Stefan. There's 9 Lautner showing up. Will the real one please stand up so I can unmute you?
Stefan, can you raise your hand with the account that you'd like us to
His
unmute?
hand is raised.
Okay, got it. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to quickly highlight that I also disagree with the resolution that has been proposed tonight. I also want to say that on behalf of the 150 parents of the French dual language community, we were incredibly rudely cut off by the DOE in a meeting earlier today. And the DOE, without any supporting data, which seems to be a recurring theme, has currently declined to continue a successful program that they themselves had committed to providing a path forward for the students that are in it. So I'm incredibly disappointed in the work that has been done by the DOE.
Next speaker is Joyce Kuo.
I can't find that speaker either.
Okay, followed by Nadia Levy.
Nadia, I've asked to unmute you. There you go.
Hi, this is also regarding the French dual language program. We just had a meeting with Marisol Rosales and various members of the DOE, and these 110 parents, all the explanations we were given were essentially not disregarded because we responded to them and did not have a response back to us that made sense to us. The other thing is, I really feel like the real reason behind this is some unspoken, preconceived bias about us as a group. I feel that, we are a very diverse group on the Upper East Side, yes, but we pull from, even beyond that. And we are from many, many different countries, from all the different continents, everything from the Caribbean, North America, Europe, Africa, the Middle East. We have someone from Tahiti in our group. There are plenty of L's, and they are just their needs are not being met. We have a successful program, and these children have a right to continue. And that is what I wanted to say.
Next speaker is Katherine Kolros.
You're unmuted.
Okay.
My video has been disabled by the host apparently, but that's okay. I will just speak. I am a parent of the dual language UPK program. My family walks an extra 80 blocks every in-person day to take her to that program, and she's been thriving in it. And when the DOE approved that program, I knew there were going to be hurdles to setting up the continuation for our students. I did not expect that the biggest hurdle was going to be resistance, a lack of communication, unresponsiveness from the DOE. And I know someone within the DOE who told me that it's, as Nadia spoke to, it's a politically inconvenient program because it sounds too white, despite the fact that it serves immigrant communities. And I think it would really be a shame to lose this program for our students because of some theater.
I'm sorry, I apologize for mispronouncing anybody's names. I should have said that before. Next speaker is Nabina Pandey.
Bring up a similar topic to what Catherine just mentioned.
Nabina, you're unmuted.
Oh, sorry.
I hear somebody, but faintly. Nabina, you're unmuted again. Okay, maybe we should move on to the next person. We'll come back to Nabina.
Okay, next person is Tran V.
Tran Vin. Tran, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I had more logistical questions, so it's not necessarily a statement, and I'm not sure if this forum is appropriate for that. Is there an email or a source to ask specific questions related to enrollment for middle school?
In contact, Jennifer, do you mind unmuting yourself and sharing?
I have a lot of little questions and have not been able to get any of those answered, so would love to find the most direct source for that.
Your school should be the primary, but if you're not feeling the schools being responsive, Jennifer Greenblatt, do you want to
email me? I'll give you my email. It's J Greenblatt, green like the color, BLATT, at schools with an S, .nyc.gov.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, no problem.
The next speaker is Petunia Shamil.
Hi, my query is kind of related to ASD Nest programs and trying to add more of those or those types of programs to the District 2. I think there are a few other people here who will probably speak about this more eloquently than I will. But I did want to say that my son's school is on Roosevelt Island, which is an often overlooked community that is part of District 2, because we do have one school there. And I think it would be really helpful if there were programs that were geared towards children with either IEPs or special needs that were closer in location to the island, that families wouldn't have to try to track their kids downtown or to the west side to find appropriate services. Thank you.
Next speaker is Natasha Mulatoc.
Hi, thank you for calling on me. I had a couple of comments, and I guess I was looking for some guidance, and I thought this was the correct forum, but maybe if I could just share that I was interested in finding out about the option to opt in. A lot of families in our school chose to opt out as they didn't have a lot of information about what the blended model would look like. And I suppose what happened is our school is attempting, and very appreciatively, to have the students come in more days than they are. Currently, our school is 221 for those blended students. And it is my understanding that there are some families who are choosing or preferring to come in remotely most of the time and rarely come in person. And I wasn't sure if there was any guidance we could have about that, because I do understand people going away or people having, been exposed to somebody, so they need to stay home and quarantine. But these families have been doing it, all along. And what's happening now is that it's impacting the ability of certain grades to go to school more frequently for the blended learners to possibly 3-3-2. And I was just, didn't know if there was some place I could, get guidance, or because our principals also, or our principal and assistant principal shared that for those families who did that they were going to be contacted, and that was something that they weren't going to be able to do, and they'd be told then they have to go remote. Unfortunately, I'm being told that there's no policy that says that people who don't come in but say they're gonna, be blended, that we can do anything, and it's really affecting the learning for those kids who need to go, face to face. And they also made some changes for students in ICT classes, but that was after people had to opt in to go to be blended. I'm sorry, there's a lot there. I just didn't know what we can do so our school, a lot of kids don't miss out on school because of a couple of families who are sort of on the fence about blended or remote. Thank you.
I couldn't find Pri.
Okay, I
so
see
we'll go to Jennifer.
Navina's hands up, so I'm going to go to
Navina?
Navina first. Yeah,
Okay.
I got her.
Shino,
Thank
some
you.
parents asked me if you can show names more
you hear
frequently so
me?
they can see who's going next.
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to echo what some of my colleagues had mentioned, Catherine, Nadia, and Stepan, which is that we were just cut off very rudely by the DOE at a meeting where over 100 of us were participating regarding our children who are currently in a program which they want to curtail. Some of the reasons that they mentioned, which focus on being organic, not having data, not having space, not having funding, were issues that we wanted to talk to them about to address. But instead of trying to actually address those issues, it appears that they were just told down the program had to be shut down. And there is actually no legitimate reason for that. And so we'd like to appeal to you to see if you can support us in this very important, it's going to affect all of our children. There are 100 children in there. If you could please support us in this effort to get this program to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, Len, you couldn't find Pri. So then Jennifer Soltis, followed by Karen Kaisner, sorry.
Jennifer,
and
you're
T. Hunter
unmuted.
Dare.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, I am a mother of a kindergartner in the Upper East Side who has an autism diagnosis. And for children who fit that a profile of mild or high functioning autism, the DOE has worked in collaboration with NYU in opening up special ICT classrooms across the city through a program called the ASD Nest program. So I'm here today to discuss the need for expanding this program to a District 2 Upper East Side school. While the ASD Nest program has expanded to, I believe, 54 schools over the years, there's only 4 elementary schools within Manhattan that offer the program today, and none of them are in the District 2 Upper East Side schools. So I realize that there's challenges with space and funding, but I do encourage you to consider the many benefits that the program offers to students with an ASD diagnosis, including smaller classroom sizes, which benefit not only the NEST students, but the general education students, along with specialized training for the staff on social emotional support. And I know, as you heard earlier from Petunia, I've been in touch with over a dozen Upper East Side families so far who are interested in this, and many of them have children who are not yet in kindergarten. So we do realize the importance of our children having a local program, since maintaining proper social interactions outside of school hours is really key for children who are on the spectrum. It really gives them an opportunity to interact with their peers at local playgrounds and participate in.
Okay. Karen Kaisner.
Can I
just say, ask just who, I'm not sure who's calling time. I think it's a little bit hard to hear, so people might not, people who are speaking might not hear.
I've been trying to call time. There's only, I think, been 2 participants who went a bit over.
Yeah.
So we're relatively good, I think.
Okay, good. I couldn't quite hear it. And sometimes when people are speaking, it's hard to hear because you get, you know, you're into your own thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hi. Hi, my name is Karen, and I just wanted to add on to Jennifer's. I'm a parent in District 2. I work currently in District 4 for an ASD&S program. So I've seen the benefit of the program for both general education and special education students. And I just feel like it would be an invaluable resource to have to open up more of these programs on the Upper East Side. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
E. Hunter Dare.
Hi, my name is Hunter Dare. I'm a parent of a 5th grader. I wanted to first hope that you vote in favor of asking the district to provide a middle school fair of some sort or to provide interactive tours. So far, we've only gotten a couple of tours and they've all been non-interactive. And so it's very hard to make decisions about how to preference schools. I also wanted to speak against the controlled choice resolution. I'm very concerned as we move to a lottery system. Basically, every student has equal access to all places. We have several really high demand schools. If we move to a system like D15, where 52% of the seats are set aside, which is roughly proportionate to the percentage of low income people we have in D2 schools, we'll end up with a situation where middle income students have roughly 1/3 of the probability of their top schools versus a low income student. Thank you.
Next is Allison co-host.
Hi there, thank you. I am a parent of 2 children on the Upper East Side who attend PS 290. One child qualifies for a NEST program, and the other child qualifies for Gifted and Talented. Ideally, it would be great if we could have some NEST programs that are on the Upper East Side. I've been told that there are limited spots in the schools that have them, and there are none in our area. I would love to send my kids to the same school if possible. And there's so many kids now with autism. And I really think this is important for us to start opening these programs up in schools on the Upper East Side. There are a lot of kids that I know that qualify for the program and can't get into it and would have to travel very far just to, if they do get in to attend a program like that. So thank you.
Next is Kaushik Das, followed by Lupe Hernandez.
Hello, I'd like to speak in support of some other people that spoke, including Craig Slutskin, Yael Heller, and Hunter Dare, but not limited to them, I believe. I think this controlled choice resolution is at best vague. At worst, it's not at all what parents in District 2 want. I want to know by what who have you contacted? Is this something that parents actually in District 2 want? Because I would say no. District 2 is not District 15, is geographically and demographically quite different. In addition, you quote the NYSIP program both for and against, but in one particular case, you say the NYSIP application committee committed to the value that every child deserves a fully integrated, welcoming, supportive, challenging, and affirming school experience. I don't see challenging anywhere. And lastly, this is the same NYSIP program, I believe, that Eric Goldberg and Shino Tanakawa, Gail Brewer, the borough president appointee, lobbied against quite recently for funding. Please make up your mind. Please represent District 2 parents.
Next is Lupe Hernandez.
Hi, I am also a parent in District 2 of a student with ASD. I've actually been coming to these CEC meetings for the past 3 or 4 years when he was in his special education preschool program, begging for more nest programs in downtown, actually. I appreciate the parents. I echo your sentiment in the Upper East Side, but you're a lot closer to Harlem and Washington Heights than I am, and those are the schools that we were offered, or Roosevelt Island, which were all a lot farther than we would like for him to commute. I would like for him to go to school in his community, I'm sure, as the other parents. And I really agree that we need more of these programs throughout the district, and not just limited to certain areas or demographics. Also, learning bridges, if we can get some more information on accountability on what's going on with the Learning Bridges program.
Time.
Next is Latoya Jackson.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm a parent of 2 boys with ASD diagnosis, and I'm on the Upper East Side as well. And currently they're in early intervention, soon to phase out. So this ASD Nest program would definitely be beneficial in terms of expansion. Very proactive. So I was invited into this meeting because, again, I am proactive, and I would like to see that this program be expanded to the Upper East Side, especially for other parents as well as for me and my 2 boys. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Mar Fitzgerald.
Hi, I am speaking in support of the resolution in support of controlled choice model for District 2 middle school enrollment. I think it's a great resolution. I believe that it has tremendous support amongst other District 2 parents like myself. And it's time we address the disproportionate enrollment of our students within a specific demographic category. So yes, support that resolution. Thank you.
And actually, we have 2 more speakers who raised their hands. Melissa Sbero.
Could you spell that for me?
I
just
see her, so let
if
me
you could
just,
unmute her, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Hello?
Melissa, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I just wanted to echo what the other participants had said about the French dual language program. We just got out of a meeting before this that was cut short, even though we weren't done with this discussion, but my son is part of the program this year at the pre-K, and it's been very successful. It was voted almost unanimously by the CEC for approval. Many families applied for the program, and now we're facing just so many challenges for next year to continue it, and it doesn't really make sense. And one big takeaway I had from our meeting this evening was we were told that space is an issue and that there's space now. There is space for next year for our children to have this dual language program. However, they need to save space for families that may or may not come back to the city. So priority is being given to
Oh, you could have finished your sentence.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
I don't, yeah, you
Just
can go. I don't
priority is
think
being
did someone
given
cut you
to
off. That was
students who,
unfair.
sorry, I want to just follow the rules, but I'll finish with this. Priority is being given to students that may come back, but we are here now. Our kids are here now in this program, and that should hold some weight, I think, rather than just figures that we don't know that are a big question mark for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan Lautner, go ahead. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
I think you already spoke, Shino, earlier.
Yeah,
in
well,
the
he had
session,
his hand
but
up
yeah.
again newly.
Yeah,
So.
I think you guys unmuted me. This is Flavia.
Hi, yes, that's who I
Yeah,
mean. Yeah.
so I can, okay. So I can speak. So thanks for giving us a forum to talk about this. I am also one of the parents who was at the meeting that was cut short about the French dual language program. My son is one of the more than 100 children who tried to get into this program. Of course, not the 100 plus of us got in. And my son is one of them. And I was desperate. 2 months into the program, I was still calling the school. I said, I'll drop my child from his current UPK to go to this program. But unfortunately, there were no spots. So I'm in a terrible situation that I don't know where I'm going to move to or stay. So my son can have his heritage language, because I am Brazilian and he's Brazilian and French. And we only speak Portuguese and French with our families. I can't teach him Portuguese and French, and I can't pay for a private school. So I beg you guys to consider these kids are right now in New York City. I've been in New York City for 12 years, and I would like to raise my son in this beautiful city that is devastated right now. And we're here. We want to help bring the city back to where to the glory that it was one day. So, or just a year ago, I guess. Thank you.
And we have one more person with a raised hand, Robin Kelleher.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak. I want to echo what Craig said earlier. I'm hoping, I was at the last meeting, and I'm hoping that Edward will send a letter to Carranza explaining that Eric misrepresented what District 2 parents feel and what they want for their children. I'm at this meeting, Jennifer. I know you're on here. I know many others are on here who have the ability to share feelings, and it sounds like they're about 99% of people speaking are very upset with the changes that have been made and the proposals that are coming forward. And I would like to know what will be done about it. I hear people expressing their discontent, and I know this is not a Q&A, as Robin said, but I would like to know, Shino and Robin and Eric and Emily, what are the next steps? This forum, we're all invited to speak and to raise our concerns. How are you going to take our concerns and use them to productively share with others what parents of District 2 children actually think and what they actually want for their children, as opposed to what was conveyed at the last meeting? Thank you.
Lynn Andrews.
Hi, I'm muted. I apologize. I would like to express my disappointment with the current CEC. I have listened to parent comments during many of the monthly meetings and do not think you guys represent D2 families. You select the families you want to represent, all of you. And it's just unacceptable. You speak on your own behalf and don't listen to what anyone says. Hundreds of people have spoken and you still don't listen. You act based on your own personal views and agendas. Eric Greenberg had no right to speak on behalf of D2 parents without fairly seeking their opinion. And introducing these resolutions and not listening to D2 families is unacceptable. Perhaps you should seek the District 2 President's Council to help reach out to D2 families properly and get their feedback. Thank you.
Josh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Josh Pohl, a parent of 2 children in District 2. I guess I'm reiterating what a lot of other people at this meeting have been saying, but to me, there were 2 basic points, maybe 3. One was that people believe that the changes that are being proposed will force people to commute much further to go to school, and that is a real, obviously has its disadvantages without sufficient, reason being given for it. That there's been a lack of true support data that supports that this is going to help education in New York, and additionally that a lot of people believe that the parents in District 2 don't really want this, and that the board is deciding based on their own beliefs and not the people they're supposed to be representing. I would really like to hear some sort of response to those issues, but I don't anticipate that will happen.
Michael Extract.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. A couple of things. First of all, I just want to say I actually feel like the meetings have gotten a little more civil since the changeover of how they're being run. I do think there's an unfortunate division in our district. And I think for those people who say that there's 99% that think a certain way, I don't see that. There are many of us who feel like integration is essential. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to read the tonight's resolution at length, but I just think you all need to consider we need to do something serious about integration, and if not now, when? The previous leadership of this council, I didn't feel like I saw anything that seriously addressed these issues. So there are many of us who do care, including Upper East Side white parents. I just wanted to say that first of all. Second of all, I wanted to introduce an entirely different issue, which is testing in the schools. I'd like to see, I heard that PS11 sent a letter to the DOE. I'd like to see you guys look into seeing about getting more testing. Our school in particular has raised the issue that the DOE is cutting back on testing and limiting the amount of testing that schools can have, which I think is really detrimental as we get into this really crucial phase in fighting COVID. I hope you all can do something about that. Thank you.
We're going to take one more question since one more comment from Kate Welsh, since she has her hand up, and everybody else, we can move to the second public session. I will keep a tally. So Kate, go ahead.
Hi there, everyone. I'm also a District 2 parent here. This is the first time I'm joining. I have a young child also with autism. And so again, not sure if this is the correct forum, but wanted to express some power in numbers behind the idea that other parents have expressed here, that there is a desire and a need for more ASD NEST programs, and the idea of having one in the District 2 community would, I know, be supported by many parents, as has previously been stated. So I just wanted to add my voice to that cause as well.
That concludes the first public session.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shino. Now we have the report of the president. I just very briefly, I remember applying or trying to get information about schools and school tours when my son was in middle school. And I remember having to register, and because I was pretty busy, I oftentimes would log into a site and discover that there was no room or everything had been sort of sold out. So I guess the admissions is something that the process and how to go about it is very important to the families in this district, judging from my experience. But I think that it ought to be more available, and for some reason these tours and this information should not be limited. And perhaps now that we're dealing virtually, maybe we can get more information out to more parents. So having said that, I do have information about high school admissions information sessions that I received from the Department of Education. There are going to be virtual high school admission sessions running from January 13th through 15th. In fact, I got a note saying that it would be January 12th, but when I did log on, it did indicate that it would begin on the 13th. So these sessions are designed to walk you through how to apply to high school, and would include any changes due to COVID-19, how to build your application, and how to participate in the specialized high school admissions. So the site that I was given, and it's going to be the same for the other information that I will go through here. It is tin yurl.com/NYC 2021 HS virtual. Okay, so that is the site that you could log into to get all of that information about high school admissions and how to participate in the SHSAT admissions and so forth. Now, that site is also relevant for the virtual arts high school fairs if you're interested in audition programs and how to use the My Schools and the virtual audition submission tool that they have apparently. To log in, you can log into that very same site, and that site will showcase the various programs on different dates. So it's fast approaching these dates, January 21st, January 25th, February 2nd, and February 4th. So I think that, you know, you really should look into this site and being ready to, you know, log in and get this information. The specialized high schools, it's also going to be given this year. You have to register by January 15th to take the test. And the testing will begin on January 27th. You should log in. I believe it's the DOE website that they direct us to for that information. So I think it's valuable. I want this information to be spread far and wide because I know that everyone really thinks about it, wants the best for their child, but I think that, you know, we have to get this information out to as many parents as we can in this district, because you know, if only one set of families are applying, then you know, the families that don't get this information, and maybe they don't have access to internet, maybe they can't log in for some reason, then they are shut out. So I reiterate this information because I think it's important that, you know, as many families as we can communicate with have this information. So that's my report for today, and I'm going to turn it over to Emily Helmstrom, and she can discuss a bit about the very successful forum that she led involving the changes to middle school admissions. And I know there are questions about how that's going to work. Emily and Eric can, you know, help give more information this evening, and they can give us just a quick recap, I believe, about those that information session. So Emily, if you can give us your report, please. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ed. So yes, we, Eric and I sort of at the last minute decided that given the fact that the DOE announced the middle school, the changes to admissions in middle school and high school, that it would be important to have an information session with as much information that we knew at the time before going on winter break. So on December 23rd, we held a session that Eric was so very kind to put together a presentation on, and then we really answered as many procedural questions that as we were able. There were some that we wanted to get more information on, and we wrote down, you know, as many of the small questions that people had, and we're still working on trying to get more information. I do believe that we have the video of is on our YouTube channel of the forum, and then I think that the deck is up as well. And really that's it. I think it was fairly successful, at least in taking the first stab for people going into the holiday break, so that they could just at least wrap their mind around what this all meant. And then, you know, really the idea is to then hopefully elementary schools and middle schools will be having sessions on their own with either guidance counselors or parent coordinators, depending on what you have in your school. And then the DOE, as Ed said, is having these special sessions as well. If they're, you know, is a need for further forums, discussing procedural aspects of this, we are, of course, are open to helping with that, or you can reach out to us individually, of course.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. Now I want to turn it over to Marianne Shepherd for the report of the superintendent. Marianne?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Edward, I just have a few updates to share. But before I dive in, I just want to say one thing I know to be true is how hard our school leaders, teachers, and other staff members are working each and every day to support and nurture our young people. And I also know how hard our families are working to partner with their schools in order to support their child's learning. So each and every day, I'm just impressed by the resiliency of everyone across our district. Thank you for sharing some of those admissions updates. I don't need to repeat them, but a few things I would like to add is that the Department of Education enrollment team is, yes, they are in the process of scheduling and messaging the dates and times for the family-facing information sessions to provide specifics and to answer questions. As Edward shared, the high school sessions have been announced, and I know the CEC blasted that out earlier, so thank you. And I've been assured that the middle school session should be announced shortly. The last week and this week, the enrollment team has been training designated school staff members, such as the parent coordinator and guidance counselors, as Emily referred to. And they've been training them last week and this week so that they are prepared to share even more information at the school level. Our schools are currently scheduling and holding meetings for 5th grade and 8th grade families to support them through this process. So for more information about the schools, please visit the online school directory at myschools.nyc. This directory consists of school profiles and it's translated into 9 languages. Those school profiles will provide you with information about the school, programming, and even a contact person to reach out to with questions. So again, that website is myschools.nyc. School websites are also a valuable resource to learn more about the school. Additionally, our middle schools have developed an informational video and are using a variety of tools to engage with families and to share more information about their school and to respond to parent questions. This week, a page will go live on our district website that will include 3 things for each of our schools. It'll include a link to the school's website, the link to their My Schools profile, and a link to their informational video. And so that page on our district website will go live this week, and you can find the District 2 website at www.district2, and it's 2 the number, nyc.org. Jennifer, before I move on to anything else, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it all. Thank you.
So in addition to some of our ongoing instructional work, I just wanted to share a couple of updates. We're launching a math coaching cycle for teachers of pre-K, kindergarten, and grades 1 and 2. The cycle will consist of a professional learning and opening professional learning opportunity, as well as a closing one with individualized coaching support between, really focusing on how to engage our youngest learners to think about the big ideas in math in a virtual learning environment. We are also facilitating a district-wide professional learning community that has been very well received for our newer teachers, and its focuses on helping them to think about how are they collecting, analyzing, and acting on student learning data. So teachers are learning about different assessment practices and how to differentiate their instruction. And then lastly, one thing that I am very excited, and this is just a very new development, so I don't have much to share, but we are exploring a partnership with a community organization to provide some virtual tutoring support to our most vulnerable students. So I have a meeting with the organization next week, and I look forward to sharing more information as that partnership develops. Edward, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Marianne. Now, do I have a motion for the approval of the minutes? Has everyone reviewed the minutes? And Vincent? Minutes for December.
And November.
November, yes.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the minutes. I review.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? The ayes have it, minutes approved. Now we will present and vote on the revised bylaws. anyone would care to present the changes that were made by the Bylaws Committee?
I can speak to the bylaws. So I hope everyone on our council is familiar with the current bylaws and the many iterations we went through to get to this final proposal, proposed package of amendments that is before us. That is, we have bylaws that date from 2013. We had guidance from the Department of Education Legal Department that elements of it were out of compliance with their guidance. And in general, just to kind of give it a refresher based on how we run meetings these days. It was a truly collaborative process. Caretakers included just about every member of this council at various points, taking a template from that the DOE offers, that FACE at DOE provides to CECs, and then making some more customizations that are specific to our council. We had a working business. There were a number of bylaws committee meetings that gave tremendous shape and brought it almost all the way to the, I'm not a sports person, the end zone. To the home plate. I don't know, they got to third base. And then we had, and so that was tremendous work done by the bylaws committee. And then we had a working business meeting December 2nd that's posted on our website, where I think every member of the council was present, and to give input on just giving final polishes to make sure there was a consensus version that everyone was comfortable with. So that was shared at our December meeting. It has been available for public comment since then, and according to our existing bylaws, it's gone, the proposed changes, the proposed changes have gone through the statutory requirements, and if we vote on them today, they will go into effect after this meeting is completed. So this meeting would still operate based on the old bylaws, just so that we don't have to keep track of sort of changes on the fly. And then at the end of this meeting, we would start to operate under our new bylaws.
Okay, so we'll hear if there's a motion to approve the bylaws as revised, and we'll take a roll call of that vote.
Move for approval of the new bylaws.
I second.
Okay, Vincent, can we have a roll call vote on the approval of the bylaws?
All right, roll call vote on approving the bylaws. Robin Broshi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, Eric Goldberg.
Yes.
Emily Hallstrom.
Yes.
I vote yes. Edward Irizarry.
Yes, yes.
Benjamin Morden.
No.
No. Ushma Neal.
Yes.
Len Silverman.
Yes.
Shino Tanakawa. Shino, you're muted.
We can't hear you even if you're with your unmutedness.
Okay, got it. All right, yes. Shino votes yes, and Tom Rockledge.
Yes.
Okay. So the new bylaws are adopted with a vote of 9-1. 9 yeses, 1 no.
Great. Now we have the presentation and discussion of draft resolutions. Okay, the controlled choice for District 2 middle schools.
Point of order.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for recognizing me. So I just want to mention we had a brief discussion before the meeting where a majority of the members were present, and we had a discussion not about the timing of placing a resolution up for consideration, but the actual question of whether or not this meeting itself was properly noticed. In other words, to give people proper time to show up to this meeting and then possibly comment should they choose to do so on the resolution. So I believe there was a discussion amongst most of us before we started the meeting about tabling an actual vote on at least one, possibly both of those resolutions till next calendar meeting. So could I just get clarification on the procedure we're going to follow tonight?
We're just going to present the resolution and discuss the resolution. And so at this point, that's all we're doing. We're not moving for a vote, okay? That's what we're doing right now, Lynn. Now, if someone wants to move the table, the vote after the discussion, you can do so, and we can vote on that motion. Is that clear?
So no, it's not that clear. So you're saying that it could come to a vote unless somebody votes to stop the vote. Is that what you're?
You have to have 6 people voting.
Well, that's what so it seemed like Len was asking if we had reached agreement to table the vote.
Motion to vote on the resolution. There's no motion, before the council to vote on the resolution. There's just a presentation and discussion of the draft resolutions. Now, Robin, do you want to say any of the sponsors of this resolution want to add?
I share the concerns that this there was an internal communication snafu on the council, that the text of the resolution wasn't distributed appropriately. I have absolutely no problem putting off a vote until I'm only one person, but as one of the co-sponsors, I have no problem putting off a vote to February. Or we could call a special calendar meeting and have a vote. I think it's important that we get, I'm disappointed because I obviously co-sponsored it. I was excited about it, but stuff happens. A lot's been going on in our lives personally and obviously globally. And I'm sorry that it couldn't be, distributed for wider feedback from the people that we represent. So
as long as nobody motions to vote, we don't vote on it.
Right. I mean, it's in the agenda, but if either no one makes a motion to approve, or someone makes a motion to approve, someone seconds it, and it doesn't go through by acclamation. So we could still, as a council, choose to vote on it. And I'm just letting you know, as a co-sponsor, I understand the reservations about voting on a resolution that I think is, to me, I know we talk about our stuff being symbolic, but to me, it's obviously important. And it makes me sad because I think it's time sensitive. But why don't I talk about the specifics of the resolution? And then when we get to the part where we make the motion, if we do, we can have that conversation. But I know that there's been a lot of adversarial tone in our council before. And I just want to say, I'm torn. I don't know how, I'm torn. I want to vote for this tonight because I like this resolution. Obviously, I co-sponsored it, but I understand the concerns about that it wasn't noticed by email. So
All right.
I don't want to get in a fight about it. For sure.
I'm sorry, Lynn, do you have an objection to the?
No, I don't have any problem having a discussion starting tonight, as long as we're going to discuss it at the next meeting also. And Robin, I'm not trying to be obstructionist or delay. I just want to make sure. I noticed, we've gone from 400 plus people to 200 plus people, and now we're at 100 plus people. I mean, our meetings are getting smaller, and I wonder if that's because of questions about how emails were sent out about notifications for the meetings and the questions about timing. So if it's procedural, if there's a procedural issue, as long as there's an understanding that it's not going to be voted on until it's properly noticed or until the meeting is properly noticed, then I have no issue whatsoever. You want to talk about it, it's fine. I'm prepared to go ahead. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think it's fair to put it on me to, I'll be happy to raise a procedural objection, but the bylaws are the bylaws. It's not.
Well, so I would say we could vote on this tonight and be in compliance with our bylaws. I would argue that. And to me, it's more of a courtesy, a question of courtesy to members of our community. Okay, so this resolution, our council does not have consensus about the importance of whether the role that subjective screening should play in student enrollment. However, that conversation, at least for this year, was taken out of our hands. And the city made a proclamation that middle schools will not be allowed to do screening for next year. And so so that's the situation that we're with. This resolution essentially lays out a case for not simply doing a straight up choice lottery where students where families rank the schools in order of preference. Students are randomly assigned a number, and then according to the number they're assigned, the algorithm tries to place them in their highest ranked school. So that's the default that we're all looking at this year. And so what this resolution says is that in addition to doing that, the district team, the diversity committee, and Office of Enrollment should collaborate to look for whether there could be another layer to that choice process called control choice, which essentially still honors families still rank their schools in the order of preference. But it adds a layer of a filter or a variable that is picked by stakeholders that would essentially ask each middle school to serve a population of students that looks like the population in the district. So saying, and this already is the case for IEP students. We already expect middle schools to serve students with disabilities roughly proportioned to the district-wide average. We say we expect schools to be able to educate students with disabilities. And so it would be picking another factor like, say, free reduced lunch, or it doesn't have to be a demographic factor like free reduced lunch. It could be based on test scores. It could be kids who scores 1 and 2, and say, we expect middle schools to be able to educate students that fall under each of these, a demographic category or multiple categories that reflect the proportions district-wide. And that would be done not just alone in a room, but that would be done in collaboration with members of the CEC and Office of Enrollment running models. And one thing I heard from a lot of people tonight that I think is an important concern is a question about geographic placement and ensuring that kids don't randomly get placed into, if you live on the Upper East Side and you end up at LMC, and that is a burden to your family. So I certainly would be happy to adjust the therefore be it resolved with consent from other members of the CEC to specify that when determining what demographics to take into account, that it should also take into account potential geographic burdens on students traveling to disparate parts of the district. So that is really the gist of that resolution. And I would like to address a question that was raised during the public speaking session about community input that was promised over the summer. And I share that concern. I think that was one of the issues that ended up happening with how some of these decisions were being made, is that there were assurances of community engagement that didn't happen. So that could drive some of that, and that could also be a piece that could drive some of these decisions, right? That's why this resolution doesn't specify a demographic. It doesn't specify a percentage. It just says that there should be a group of stakeholders, the DOE, the CEC, and District 2 enrollment, excuse me, and enrollment working together to identify what those demographics could be. So
Robin, I
that,
had a question.
wait, so one second, Len, I didn't know, are we gonna do, are we presenting and then, I guess we'll present and ask questions first and then go on to the next resolution?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Robin. I mean, you can take questions of Len.
Council members, yeah.
Only council members. I just wanted to let, I see there's some people who have raised their hands, but we can call on you for the second public session. So you should definitely, if you have questions or comments, you should definitely sign up for the second public session.
So my question is very simple. When I listened to your presentation a few moments ago, I thought I heard you say that you were talking about stakeholders, and you mentioned a role for the CEC in that decision tree or decision process that you were describing. It's my understanding right now that, for example, our jurisdiction would be limited to zoning issues. And you're talking about potentially involving this CEC in admissions decisions. So I'm wondering if you could explain whether or not that somehow either exceeds our jurisdiction, whether that's creating something that a role for the CEC that wasn't there, or that isn't codified in some process. Because I thought you mentioned that stakeholders, and you mentioned the DOE and CEC, and then you mentioned, in that context.
Well, I mean, we make recommendations on we pass resolutions on all kinds of topics that we don't have institutional authority over. So this document is just a recommendation to the district to embark on exploring this option and include the CEC in that decision making. There is currently a grant, the NICEP grant, that was focused on this. They had come up with a different set of conclusions about how to accomplish integration in our district. Unfortunately, the metrics that it depended on are not available. So but the goal was to sort of pilot a model of enrollment integration for this coming year. So part of this is to kind of fill the gap that we lose because the NICEP plan that included members of the CEC and the presidents of the District 2 President Council that were invited to participate in that in the team that designed it. To the plan that was that group came up with, it just can't be implemented right now. But there was that plan had stated that there was an imperative to seek an integration model. And so part of this is to try to, fix that gap where we lost the opportunity to go forward with what the NICEP application had put forward because it relied on metrics that no longer exist. But certainly, I don't see why as a CEC we can't make recommendations, and I don't understand why there would be a problem with including members of the CEC in a body that does affect policy, because that's what we've been doing all along by having the president of the CEC sit on this design team, by having president of President Council, which is in charge of absolutely no policy, also be included in that design team. There were parents from our community tapped to join this NICEP application grant that weren't vetted by anybody, but were just selected because that was in the best judgment of the then superintendent. So, that's how I hope our district makes decisions, by looking for parent leaders and experts. And as you've heard me say in other forums, try to tap voices that maybe aren't elected to councils or aren't on PTAs and might not feel empowered to have a seat at the table that we're at right now, and bring those voices in as well. And I didn't specify that. This wasn't specified in this resolution. I'd be happy to put that in as well in the therefore be it resolved, where I asked for inclusion from CEC D2 Diversity Committee. Also, other parent stakeholders. but I'm not really sure I see any contradiction between having this resolution and the fact that our own making a recommendation for a process has any contradiction with the fact that that's not a statutory power of the CEC.
And I agree with you. I just want to ask you one more question while I've got you. So I notice you do rely on District 15. Would you, District 15 appears to be a model that you're relying upon. I'm not sure, other than perhaps District 1 and District 15, are any other districts in the entire city relying on this controlled choice model? And if so, what's the results? What is the data to support this model, either from District 15, where it may not have been in effect that long, or District 1, where my understanding is that they're losing people in the district. It's not been as effective as they had hoped. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. And that's why I want our district to work with Office of Enrollment, because they do a lot of modeling, right? And they can model, you know, if you use this demographic, what does it look like? If you use that demographic, what does it look like? And the reality is we're in a brave new world right now, right? We don't know what it's gonna, we've never had a middle school choice without screens, right? That's not something that has happened in this district. We've never had remote learning, right? We're taking on a lot right now, but we do know that when you have, there is lots of documentation throughout the country that when you have choice models without an intentional effort to take into account some sort of diversity piece, you decrease diversity. And so while New York City might not, you know, is embarking at the beginning of this, we do have District 1 and District 15. I don't know that District 1's enrollment challenges are related to their controlled choice. Their enrollment challenges are, it's just a very different landscape. There have been lots of reports about District 15 that it has been successful in terms of minimal attrition, obviously with COVID and people wanting to leave New York City to go to school systems that have in-person learning. It's hard, it's going to be very hard to tease out variables, but there's certainly districts throughout the country that rely on controlled choice, like Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Louisville, Kentucky, and others. And there are districts that don't use controlled choice and actually saw integration increase. And the NYSIP grant, excuse me, integration decrease. And the NYSIP grant that frankly, like through its lifetime has had members. I mean, I don't, you know, we're, as a council, we're factionalized, and as a district, we're factionalized. And I'm not, you know, I can say that, but in the history of this grant, multiple members of different factions have been on this team. I was on the team at the beginning. According to the document that was submitted in the latest application, Maud was on the team for a year. You and Matthew Chook were on the team as well. So, and the fact is that grant said integration is a priority. And there are maybe disagreements among us how to get there. But if there is consensus among all of us that integrating schools is a priority, I'm saying that there is data that shows that controlled choice increases integration and straight choice actually decreases integration, it increases segregation.
So Robin?
Yeah.
The chancellor and the mayor in their wisdom and their authority decided how middle school admissions would be for the next year or two.
Right.
And that, you know, removed all the screens, and in situations with oversubscription of specific schools would go to lottery.
Correct.
Is there a reason why you thought that that wasn't going to be good enough to settle it, or not to wait for some empirical data to arise from the first year of that system?
So, I mean, if you're asking me if I think that the mayor put that kind of thought into this and was like, I want to roll this out this way and see what the empirical data says. And if there's not integration, then we will discuss rolling out controlled choice. I don't think that that was the level of thought, I mean, you know, that he put into it. I think there was a sort of Damocles hanging over his head, and he got tired of asking questions on Ask the Mayor, and he came up with a plan that he thought would be the least, that would either piss off everybody the same amount or make everyone the same amount happy. So I don't think it was this divine wisdom that was like, let's wait and see what happens. Look,
Rob, can I add to that?
understand. One second, I'll just finish one thought, Eric, and then I'll let you jump in. You're a co-sponsor. I understand like that's a valid perspective to say, hey, let's see how it goes this year and see what the data looks like, right? That's fine. That could be a reason to vote against this resolution, to say, I want to wait and see. I'm just saying that we know that integration is important. There is consensus, according to the NICEP application, that multiple people on our council who represent very different perspectives all agreed that integration was important. And that there is historical data that shows that if you don't have controlled choice, integration goes down, segregation increases. And I don't participate in District 2 exceptionalism. I have no reason to believe that that would be worse, that somehow District 2 would evade the patterns that we've seen elsewhere in our city and in our country in districts that don't have controlled choice. And Eric, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to add two quick points. Vincent, to your question, because I struggle with this as well. I think there's a set of structural and operational barriers that are in place that preclude people in the short term from considering the full set of schools that are available to them in this district. And I think we've seen that play out time and again in other school districts where they go to an unscreened model, but students, for reasons that often are foreign to me, don't actually feel comfortable for, like I said, operational structural reasons to applying and considering all schools. So I think what controlled choice does is tries to speed up this process that could take several years of introducing and educating families across a district to consider all these schools, and also to remove those operational and structural barriers to sort of move that forward quicker. So I'd say that's a compelling piece to me about controlled choice, is it speeds up this process. The second piece I just wanted to share is that I think at the heart of controlled choice is it's asking all of our schools in the district to educate all our children. And there was mention before of the idea that every middle school actually sets aside a certain number of seats to educate students with disabilities that's proportional to the number of students with disabilities in the district. And it's a very similar model where the idea is that for all schools to engage in the education of all students. And that was the model used with students with disabilities. And I think that's a model that's being proposed with controlled choice. So those are the two things that really jump out at me around controlled choice, and I'm a co-sponsor of this, is one, it helps push this process faster than would maybe naturally take place or organically take place. And second, it really asks all schools to live up to the promise to educate all our students.
Eric, I have some questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
First, I noticed this is just for the next school year, basically, is the resolution, right? And my thoughts were, we don't have any data points anyway, right? We don't have any grades or test scores. So I was thinking about how this would actually play out. So in a controlled choice model, and bearing in mind that I think it is, and I could be wrong, unconstitutional to do it strictly on race, what we'd be doing is we'd be doing it based on, free reduced lunch right? That's really the only way you could control it. Is that correct?
I mean, I don't think that's the only way, but I think that's probably the most likely, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know, to me, it's just a thought that if we're
Tom,
only.
Tom, can I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. I just wanted to throw out other examples. Like it could be a test score rather than a socioeconomic status screen. So you could say we want to do the screen based on, having an even distribution of kids that get 1, 2, 3, 4 on, I guess we'd have to go with 3rd grade tests, which we don't like tests, but you're using it just to create a distribution. It's just another thing is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm kind of confused with like what Vincent was saying before. If like the mayor has already said that we can't use test scores, that it is to be lottery, like maybe the controlled lottery, the only control we would have would be the free or reduced lunch, which, I would actually support, but I don't know how much that would increase the demo. I mean, I'm all for integrated schools. How much would that even increase in our district integration?
Right. Yeah. And I think,
It was a little kludgy, but I tried to put in some data points that could illustrate what that might look like. So the district average for K-8 of free reduced lunch in District 2 is about 40%. But we have very few schools that actually enroll 40% free reduced lunch. 3 of our 20 schools enroll kids that have enrollment that's 35 to 45% free reduced lunch out of 20. So we have 17 outliers that are outside of 5% of the district average. So if we were saying we want every school to be enrolling roughly hit that number of 40% free reduced lunch, it's a very blunt tool for racial integration, absolutely. But we know that there are race trends with who's eligible for free reduced lunch and who's not. And bringing our schools, saying, there's no reason every school can't serve a population that's roughly 40% free reduced lunch. And if free reduced lunch was in fact the metric.
So I get that. And I guess my concern is that maybe this won't accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, because by studying the demographics, you look at free and reduced lunch, a lot of that is concentrated in, say, Chinatown, right? So you're going to get a lot of Asian Americans kind of spread out. Or would you do it controlled choice by zone, like with the geographical concerns as well? I mean, I see parents concerned about going. And so you would think that in a straight choice, that would just pan out, because most people would kind of generate towards where they're closest in geography. So I'm all for it. I'm all for integrating the schools. I'm just not sure how it would actually map out. Is my concern.
Well, I think what part of what the resolution is saying is, let's map some of these things out. Like, let's do some of these modeling so that it's not random. Because also in a year where information and people's focus is, it's very, very difficult to be juggling some of this stuff. People might think to themselves, oh, that's, sulk. My kid is not going to get into sulk. Like, they just might not know. And so they don't put it on their list, even though, I don't know, this is potentially, like, in years past, I've heard parents say, oh, you have to get all 4s to go to sulk. Well, this year, if your kid gets 3s, you could go to sulk potentially. Right? So,
once, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But there's plenty of kids who, get 3s who now have, like, any school, there's a lot of kids in District 2 who get 3s, but every school is not open to them.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I guess my question is, if we have no data points, if this is all completely random now anyway, what's the difference in controlled? And I mean,
Well, except that
I think, Tom,
except that it is,
go
what
ahead,
the
Emily.
difference being is that what parents put on their list is going to make an extreme difference. So if parents don't know to put those things on their list because they just don't know, it defaults to either their zone school or whatever. Maybe they put one school on their list or they don't know. I mean, it would anyway, potentially. I'm just saying that there's the possibility at least to model through a different way of overlaying some intention, like being intentional about it.
So doesn't that discount the parents and students' own choice?
Yes.
About where they want to go. If you're saying
it wouldn't
we have to control-
override, Vincent, you're absolutely right, but it wouldn't overrule that. It couldn't.
Yeah. So
I think Vincent's correct. I think
Vincent,
why not just let's get rid of lotteries and controlled choice and just select for parents and students.
Right,
I mean, what's the point? Just let's get the,
that's not, yeah,
you
that's
know, just
obviously
get the
not what we're
percentages that you want. I mean, why not? Why have a middleman? Why not just go right for it?
Right, because I don't think that would have support, and I don't think that's what people are suggesting. So I think that there's a few.
But that's what you
ideas that are-
want.
Actually, Ben, that's actually not what I want. I actually think, and I'm a strong proponent, that students should be choosing schools and schools shouldn't be choosing students. So I think the student choice aspect of middle school admissions is integral to a real choice process. And I have struggled with the same concept as well. What I think Tom was just suggesting before is that if you think in an open market, everyone's going to have perfect information and make choices, and students will get sort of, sorted around schools based on their preference. I think that over time that would happen. And as you educate the community, that would happen. As people get familiar with the process, that would happen. From my perspective, what controlled choice does is it hastens the process. And that is, again, one of the reasons that I am a strong supporter of, because I believe there are these operational barriers and in place that preclude a free flow of information, a full sort of, open market. So that's my perspective, on it, on why I think it's really important. And I think the data has shown in other districts that when you don't have controlled choice, I can't quote all the information from District 1, but I know in District 1 in elementary school went to an unzoned model. They struggled with getting to a place where all schools were educating all kids.
Well, what happened in District 1 is in the early 2000s, they actually had controlled choice. Under Bloomberg, they went to a pure market model, and it created a significant increase in segregation. And look, it is totally counterintuitive to me. I don't get it. And I didn't believe it when I first learned about it, because it didn't align with my worldview. And this is years ago when I first started getting involved in this stuff. And I wanted what's happening this year. This is what I wanted. No screens, families ranked choices, and that's it. And like me of 5 years ago would just be like agog that wasn't good enough for me of now. But the reality is, the me of now also sees that there's extraordinary value in integrated school spaces. And the data shows that if you do not have controlled choice, you don't have integrated school spaces, segregation gets worse. And so my prediction is that, like, if we could clone District 2 and spend 5 years, one doing this model without controlled choice and one doing a model with controlled choice, we wouldn't really actually see that much increase in integration in the model without controlled choice. That for all the fears that people have about like losing access to East Side Middle School or whatever, that the population actually wouldn't change that much. And to me, that's sad. And I don't know, I don't really claim to understand the mechanisms behind it, but there's enough, I've seen enough empirical data in other districts in the city and outside of New York City that I've tried to cite in the resolution that says to me, if you think there's an intrinsic value in integrated schools, then it has to be intentional.
Hey, could I suggest we hear from the public, because we've had a long conversation. I think we'll have another chance to hear from, discuss as a
I was
council
interrupted
after that.
by Eric, and I'd like to finish speaking, and I waited for you to speak.
Please go ahead, Ben.
All right, thank you so much. So
you're really welcome.
You don't have to be snide, Eric, please. You know, this is an important topic. I mean, when we start off the topic by saying, let's give parents some courtesy. And when we're setting, and we don't inform parents about this, we have a meeting where we're normally averaging 300 to 400, and we have 109 parents on right now. That impacts the whole district. And you're worried about giving a snide remark to me. I mean, every parent who is interested in this should be in today's meeting. You know, they should be informed. I mean, you're using double speak on me. You're saying parents should have choice, and then you're saying they should be controlled. And do you want?
Please speak. Please speak instead of directing at me. Let us hear. Let us understand what you want.
Well, that's what you propose this, and we have to decide on this proposal, on this resolution. But we should at least have parents and schools informed. I mean, at the very least. I mean, if this just goes through and parents are sending their kids across town, you know, let's be real. Today, we have an average of 50 to 75 parents, families who have left school by school in District 2. We have a Midtown. If you walk through Midtown, it's a ghost town. We have to be responsive to our stakeholders. They should be here. We do not, District 2 is evaporating, and it's important to listen to everybody. And I'm just very disappointed that when we have members, parents who are talking earlier, and they're not getting, you know, they're not getting their questions or answered. You know, I thank you. I can't speak because I'm just so sad that this is, you know, to them, they're just hearing this for the first time, you know, and most people don't even know about it, and we're trying to push this through, and I think it's shameful.
I don't think we are. I'm voting on it, but at the same time, I think we have an opportunity right now with the voting on my student to actually ask the entire community how they feel about screened schools. If everybody's voting for CEC members anyway, we have a poll in place to do it. I mean, why don't we actually ask the parents, all the parents, instead of one side coming on saying 99% of the people think like me, the other side coming on saying 99% of the people think like me. Can't we just actually pull the parents through something they're already doing anyway? And to be honest, I think next year's a wash anyway. We don't have any data points. So whatever, do a controlled choice. Doesn't really make a difference anyway, in my view. You already have a lottery system, so it might as well be proportional to income. So I'd support it. But for following years, why don't we actually ask the parents instead of having mobs lead our calls? Actually ask them what they think. I don't know, that's just my thought.
I just want to just really quickly say, Ben, that I totally understand that the meeting was not noticed properly. And I think we really did speak to that. And, you know, we even really said at the beginning of the meeting that it's unfortunate that it didn't go out in time. It did technically by our bylaws, but we do want it to be a robust conversation. And we do want, you know, for parents to have the chance to read through. And I think we really did address that. And it wasn't an intentional, you know, I mean, we're not going to throw people under the bus. You know, the notice didn't go out. We said it. And I think it's important to, you know, not say that we're pushing this through.
All right, Emily, I agree with you on that. And I have one other thing I'd like to say. When other CEC members tweet that other CEC members are segregationists, are racists, or white supremacists, just because they're trying to represent parents who want to have a say or maybe disagree with some aspect, I think that is a tone that should not be taken. That's very harsh language, and it's done in a very indefensible way. It just sending out tweets. And Shino, you know who I'm talking about. And I think you owe an apology to members.
Okay.
Tom wrote an email to you about that, and you did not respond to him. And we are all trying to get along, and we're all trying to be responsive to the people we represent. And I would appreciate we do not deteriorate into that kind of tone.
Okay, so point of order. Now we're going to close discussion on that presentation. The middle school fair tours. Who's the sponsor of the resolution? Eric?
Hi, Ed. I'll give a quick overview. As we said, to kick off tonight, we had an enrollment session at the end of December. Over 650 parents and families attended. There's a new enrollment process for both middle and high schools this coming year. Many of the systems that had been put in place previously, such as middle school fairs, in-person tours, are no longer available as a result of COVID. Parents are in need of more information to help inform their choice as part of the process. And what this resolution asks for the city and our district to clearly communicate when and if there will be a middle school fair, when and if each school, middle school, will have tours, and also to centralize some important program information that each school will be providing around the arts, language, Regents classes, and extracurricular programming. Much of that, I think, has started to be addressed tonight during the superintendent report. But I really want to reiterate this because I think parents are in the middle of the enrollment process right now, and this information is important. And just given the state we're in, a lot of the information is not getting out there, and people are concerned. So I just want this CEC to underscore that at the heart of a choice process is information, and parents need information.
Great. Any questions of Eric on the resolution?
This one seems like a total no-brainer, and by the time we get to our next meeting, it's going to be a moot point. I think one of the things that I appreciated about this resolution was the specific ask for granularity and transparency on very specific things across a lot of the schools. So while I fully appreciate the discussion about tabling voting on any of the resolutions, I would actually advocate for us bringing this particular resolution to a vote as a symbolic gesture to the DOE to speed that process along, even though we know it is actually already moving forward, according to all of the information that we have from FACE, from Jennifer Greenblatt, and from Marianne Shepard. But I think one of the things that I, at least in particular, after reading this resolution, appreciated was the details that were all things that I was looking for when I was evaluating middle schools for my own children.
Thank you, Ishmael. Now we'll proceed to the second public session. Robin, Shino?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just writing down a few names. Just give me 1 second because I have people raising hands and also signing up. So here are the lists. The first person is, oh, I lost my own screen. Can you see, Len?
Are we starting with number 25?
Yeah.
Okay. Yael, sure. Hold on. Yael, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I just want to from the information available right now, I would suggest that you vote against the controlled choice resolution, only because two things are abundantly clear. One is the resolution itself is fairly unclear and ill-defined. I mean, it seems like a lot of work was put into it, but the criteria for controlled choice and how it's implemented is very murky to me. Secondly, echoing a lot of the other sentiment by both, CEC members and parents, I really don't understand how the lottery will affect the demographics going forward. And I feel like we're going to tweak a model where we don't have data on the current model. I also, in regards to listening to parents, I feel like the second resolution for middle school, information sessions is a no-brainer, as was stated. And that is a clear case of where the board has listened to parents and implemented clearly what is helpful to all. But I would just like to say, as a parent who was gifted back in the day and who has gifted children, if you have understimulated gifted children, they're going to be highly disruptive. And the one thing that also seemed clear from tonight's session between the children on the spectrum of autism and the children in the French dual language program is, while we may be meeting the middle of the bell curve, there are children on either end of the bell curve who are not being adequately addressed by the city. And as much as I would advocate for increasing dual language or autism programs, which I believe was called NEST, I believe in advocating for those on the other end of the spectrum as well. And, I just think that, there's a lot of buzzwords. To Ben's point, of course I want diversity, but I also don't want my child traveling more than 30 minutes to school. And I think what you guys are maybe dancing around is that Manhattan is segregated and that neighborhoods are segregated by race, and the socioeconomic realities of racial and socioeconomic divides is what divides us. I have no feeling about anything uptown, but down in Tribeca, I don't want to go uptown, like at all. Where no matter what neighborhood it is, if it's Inwood or the Upper East Side, I don't care. It's just a pain in the butt. So I would advocate for seeing how things shake out. Sorry. I just want to see how things shake out before we make changes and have a better defined process to make changes with representative data from this year.
Janie, you're on, you can unmute. Yep.
Hi, how are you? So on the controlled choice model, I would really appreciate some sort of access to data with regards to the efficacy of, how it, really did a great job in District 15 and all the other articles that were referenced. I think there are a lot of articles that say this is a great model. I want to see a chart that says, before change was made, this is what the geographic distribution looked like after the change. It's very simple, it's data. That would be incredibly helpful to kind of support all the anecdotes. And then on the second resolution with regards to middle school, thank you very much for putting that together. I think it verbalizes what a lot of parents are asking for. We're all going to these individual websites, so I think the resolution sums everything up. It might be all for naught, but thank you for doing it. Thanks.
Next one is Lupe Hernandez.
Hello, thank you again for all your time and energy. I just want to remind parents that are speaking in regards to having their child travel outside of their district, outside of maybe in another borough. As a parent of a special education student, we've had to do that. It's unfortunate. My son has been on bus rides that were 2 hours long. And as the DOE sits at this point, many students are having to travel. I know it's rough. I know it's hard. I would definitely not prefer having to do so which is why I'm advocating for a NEST program in downtown. Our school, I will say, PS 234, I know there's parents that are on the SLT as well as the PTA executive board on this call, and I hope that you echo these sentiments to those committees, because we have a school that's large enough that could house a program like that. But going 2-3 stops is not that bad when you have special vulnerable children on a school bus for 2 hours. I know it says only an hour and 15 minutes, but with New York traffic, you really can't. I mean, it's rough.
I believe Kaushik Das is next.
You're unmuted. Do it again.
She's not.
There you go.
Thank you. I wasn't unmuted the first, whatever. First of all, I don't understand how you could say you want robust conversation around this with all the parents. You didn't give enough notice, which is addressed. But then on top of that, you'd reduce speaking time to 1 minute. When this is a robust conversation, this is not robust conversation. Eric, you say you want to hasten the process. Hasten what process? This choice was only supposed to be a temporary measure surrounding COVID. You are assuming that screens are eliminated down the road when COVID is over and under a new administration. You have no right to hasten a process that is supposed to be temporary. You make many, many, many leaps in all this. At the end of the day, the assumption is that increased diversity increases education, which is the business of this organization and the DOE. Do we actually have any data that it does that it did that in District 15 or District 1? I say we don't. And you want to hasten towards this unknown, and instead shuffle families all around Manhattan during a COVID time. It's idiotic. Let this thing go.
Lawrence Cheshire.
Unmute. Okay. Yeah, hello. So this, I looked up on the, what is this, a choice, controlled choice? There's a lot of studies that I found on the internet where they gave examples that this doesn't work, that it doesn't accomplish anything. And earlier about Robin's comment about integrating the schools, I think that it depends on, I'm very much in favor of the schools becoming racially integrated, but I'm not in favor of integrating in terms of sticking kids who are ones with gifted students, because it makes it very difficult to teach. And usually the kids who get the raw end of the stick are the gifted kids. And I think that a lot of your proposals have been attacking the opportunities for the kids who want to excel. And I think that you guys really ought to be focusing on getting gifted programs back into minority schools. And that is what would get the specialized schools, what would get more minorities into those. And then you would have integration and we wouldn't be having these ridiculous discussions.
Next is Gavin Healy.
Good evening. My name is Gavin Healy. I'm the parent of a 3rd grader in a District 2 school. As a parent, I want to express my very strong support for the controlled choice model and my very strong support for this resolution because I'm in favor of the integration of our schools, full stop. I also want to agree with the previous speaker's comment on the increased civility in CEC District 2 meetings following the change in CEC leadership. It is indeed a most welcome change. Thank you very much.
T. Hunter Dare.
You're unmuted.
Hi, I just wanted to say, please vote on the CEC resolution to encourage the DOE to provide some kind of middle school fair or tours. I know that the DOE is doing that and trying to move forward, and the district is, but what parents are really lacking here is the interactive sessions. And in this year, when there's no longer any kind of screening, it's really important for schools to vote on, or for parents to list a number of schools. And you can't list a number of schools if you don't have good information. When you only have one-sided videos, you don't get that. So I just hope that that will happen tonight for the benefit of all the fifth grade families. Thank you.
Mara Fitzgerald.
Hi. I've heard a lot of talk tonight about the will of District 2 families. I'm not surprised that a lot of people, some of the people on this call, I think 99% of District 2 families share their racist, segregationist views. And I know that that's because we're insignificant in their eyes. We don't matter to them. I would also like to say that since this council's most recent change in leadership, I feel the CEC is a much more functional and safer space for parents and students. As far as these cries to, support this French school, I'd love to have a fancy French school in my neighborhood, but I understand that there are more pressing, urgent concerns right now as far as the education of our children. But you know who would really benefit from a fancy French school? The tens of thousands of Haitian native French-speaking families in this city. Why aren't they getting a French dual language school in their neighborhoods? And lastly, again, I support the controlled choice resolution. It is important. It is time. I'm glad we are moving in the right direction finally as far as integration. Thank you.
Tunisia Riley.
Good evening, Shino and the rest of CEC District 2. First thing I want to say is I am so happy with the fact that it is a much calmer place to be in these meetings. I also want to say that whatever we can do to increase diversity and truly decrease diversity, whether it be racial, economic, abilities, it should be done. However, that's going to come with more family input. And in order to get family input, the way that some people were actually asking for, that would mean giving information to the schools. There are many families that don't have internet and technology, that don't know how to use internet or technology or email. And the way they find out information is through the schools, whether it be for middle school choice or CEC2 meetings or decisions about what's going to happen to the money that gets used in their children's school. That information is better given to the schools to distribute to their families so we can truly give every family a voice. Thank you.
Lori Giventer.
Hello, I'm Lori Giventer. I'm the parent of an 8th grade student at Middle Lab. I'd like to speak against the controlled choice resolution. I have attended every CEC meeting for the past couple of years. It makes me very cynical to see parents and to hear parents speak overwhelmingly in favor of screened education and getting gifted education into every school in this city, and then to see that the CEC has certain members who just continue to do what they want to do. I would love to see a survey done, frankly, to see what parents want, because I did start Googling about the CEC because I thought, well, it's got to be that somewhere it said that the CEC needs to represent the views of the parents, and in fact it does on your own website. Where it says that the community education councils are the local bodies responsible for ensuring that public school parents and the public have input in educational decision-making at the community school district level. It would be great if we could get to that model. Thank you very much.
Robin Kelleher.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for their calls for more diversity, because I think we're all on that same page. And Mar, I agree with you. I think all of those Haitian students do deserve a dual language program.
You're muted, Robin.
Robin, you got muted again.
Oh, I got unmuted again. So yes, I
go.
wanted to say I agree with Mar that it would be amazing to have a dual language program for Haitian students. And that's similar to what I had in my upbringing in Miami. And I had 2/3 of my class was Haitian. And I think though, what we're missing as a parent group is that we might all be on a similar page, but we're not going about this the right way. Rather than think about middle schools and how to somehow rig the system at this point and how to somehow force diversity at this point because we've somehow messed up elementary schools, why not go back to the drawing board and refocus what we originally talked about, which is more good education for everyone, more G&T programs back in the districts that no longer have them. Why not make more available to students who no longer have them, have dual language programs for areas where there are more Haitian students who would like to learn French and go back to Haiti and speak French? Why are we arguing about middle school when the problem really exists at a much younger level? We're trying to rig it. We're not thinking about what students might want and might need. We're trying to force it on them at a later level. And I think, Robin, unfortunately, this program that your proposal is not well thought up. When you talked about using different screens, since we're not allowed to use traditional screens, and you talked about test scores, let's think about what, from a children's perspective, that might mean. So if you talk about using lower test scores to improve a child's opportunity to get into a school, what message is that sending them?
Thank you.
Devin Fitzgibbons.
Sorry. So thank you. My name is Devin Fitzgibbons. I'm an assistant principal at Quest to Learn. We were one of those 4 schools that you mentioned that 40% of the students qualify for free or reduced lunch. This is on purpose. So 3 years ago, we had a diversity proposal. It was approved with our SLT that we put forward, where 60% of our seats are set aside for students who qualify for free or reduced lunch. And I just want to push back a little bit on the idea of data in District 2. I think the screening that goes on to welcome students into the school is seeped into the opportunities that students get when they are inside the school's buildings. In District 2, although white students aren't smarter than students of other races, they are more than twice as likely to take the algebra regents than students who are Latinx, 3 times more likely than students who are Black to take the regents, and 32% more likely to take the algebra regents than Asian students. It's from 2018-19. At Quest, we strongly believe that all students should be enabled with opportunity. And I am really heartened by this resolution, but I would also hope that we can consider some ways to push further in how we're welcoming students and how we're treating them within our schools.
Next speaker is Motoko Shiboji.
You're unmuted. Motoko?
Yes. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Yes. So first, I wanted to say thank you for everybody for working so hard. I don't even know how hard you work. I know you spend so much time on all the New Yorkers. And so I appreciate that. I would like to talk about controlled choice. Uplifting all New Yorkers and diversity is really, really important to me. And I love experiments. I love trying out new things. But when you talk about models, this model, that model, my kids are human beings, and all her friends and everybody, I don't even know everybody in the city, but they are all humans. So when you talk about models, I get like, wait, models. So and I'm really sure everybody would agree that this kind of things shouldn't be just something that should be decided by the elitist, right? And there should be a series of workshops, I think, if the parents can understand what is the best for the community, and all the community understands each other, what is really important and how we can get to a better place, then I think that would be better. And so I don't think it should be just voted out, voted in or out by just 11 people. This is really important. I think there should be series of workshops. And there should be a lot of outreach, not just one email, but a lot of emails outreach to the community of District 2. And I really want to know how this would help the students of all different academic levels. Because, if you just put all the kids in one classroom, how could the teacher really help the people who may not be really, going up to the grade level with the people who are actually above grade level, and so on. So, and I really agree with what Tom said. Okay, that the poll should be taken by the parents, and that the election is a very good opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Erica Rand Silverman.
I have I have two sons in elementary school, and I can understand feeling concerned that your child is not being challenged and not being given the opportunity to rise to their potential. But I also value what my children can learn from all learners. And I think it's really important for my boys to learn that they have a lot to learn from everybody, whether the person next to them is receiving a 1 or a 2. Like how in life, we can learn from all the people around us, whether or not they went to an Ivy League or they went to a state college or a city school. And I worry about the direction that this conversation is going and what it's teaching children who might be listening in on the call. I support Robin's resolution because it has worked in District 15, which is a comparable district to our own. And the concern about traveling to schools far from home, I believe that the statistics show that many of those families received some of their top choice, like they received within their 3 top choices. I'm not sure I'm 100% factual, but I believe when I looked into it, earlier in the year, it ended up that families were receiving in their top choices. And that ended up not being, and I know for some, there's definitely outliers in every situation, but overall, I think it was very successful. Thank you.
Michael Markowitz.
Hi, thank you very much. For those of you who don't know me, I served on the CEC for 3 terms. And even those who do know me might not know that my dad wrote the integration plan for Berkeley, California. That was the first school system to voluntarily integrate and bus its own kids. My point is that within integrated schools, there's plenty of space for remedial classes, advanced classes, AP classes, gifted and talented classes. But given how segregated the Manhattan school system is, let alone District 2 specifically, or New York City at large, it's important that we move forward as a society for more integration, more integration, more integration. It's also in compliance with the law. Brown versus Board of Education. Separate is not equal. And to the parents who might disagree or bristle at what I say right now, I just have this to say. We have a number of schools in District 2 that have school averages, thank you, I'll finish the sentence, that have school averages that might be low, but from those schools come plenty of high achieving kids. Integrate the schools, do everything for it. I support the resolution. Thank you.
Nadia Levy.
Sorry, Nadia, just while you're getting yourself settled, I just want to make an announcement that at our public sessions, at each public session, we really only allow people to speak once. So if you've spoken once already in this session, if you could just lower your hand, just because that's how we do it.
I spoke in the last public session, so I think I'm okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Totally fine.
I wanted to address Mar, who called out the dual language program.
Wait, you know what? I just want to interrupt you really quickly, just because if we could just keep our comments really general and not point to somebody else who spoke before.
Okay, I won't point to her, but things were said about the French dual language program being fancy, and I really need to speak to that because that's exactly my issue with the preconceived bias that I mentioned earlier. We have, even in the founding 4 people that spoke with me in front of you last year, it was me, I'm Indian, Canadian. There was a Haitian leader of this, founder of this group that spoke up, a West African friend of mine, and also an Asian Canadian. So we were from everywhere, and that is representative of our group. This is we're talking about not a fancy French dual language program. We're talking about trying to put a program on the Upper East portion of this area, and we want to pull. You want integration? Then let's pull from the Francophone community in the adjacent neighborhoods too. That is what I want. I want integration, and I want to give a program to all Francophone people who want it, not just fancy people in the neighborhood. That's not what I'm asking for. It's not what any of us are asking for.
So the next 2 speakers are both Stefan Lautner. Please state your name before you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Flavia Viana, and I want to talk about the same topic that Nadia just brought up. I was deeply hurt by this assumption that the dual language program would be a fancy program. I am from Brazil. I don't know if Brazil is considered fancy, but usually not. And my son is French and Brazilian, and his family only speaks either French or Portuguese. I can't afford a private school in French, and I can't teach him these both languages. And I'm a single mom. My parents come from humble beginnings. I live in a tiny apartment in Manhattan. It's a studio with a 5-year-old. So no way this is fancy. And I also want to speak against this resolution about the lottery for middle school, even though it doesn't affect me personally. But I consider myself a diverse person, right? I'm American and Brazilian. I think that's diverse. And I speak 3 languages. And so is my son. And if you just use these random numbers to come up with who is going to school, you're leaving a lot of people behind. And everybody who spoke, I'm sorry, but I didn't see any hard data yet that this actually works. So what works is that we work together as a community, and we care about these kids and their future, and we give them solid education. Thank you.
Now, our last speaker is the other Stefan Lautner.
Thank you. The actual Stefan Lautner. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I think my link was shared with multiple people. So I also want to take issue, unsurprisingly, with the comments of Mark Fitzgerald. I understand, Robin, your point, Emily, sorry, your point of not attacking anyone in particular, but it feels like a personal attack when the program that we've been working on for 4 years is attacked directly like that in a very uninformed way. And as Nadia mentioned, perhaps the person who making those comments did not attend the February CEC meeting, where many parents from many different countries spoke up in favor of the program, and the UPK was unanimously approved, except for one person on the board who abstained. Unanimously approved by the CEC at that point. French is the primary language in 29 countries. 84 countries use it across the entire world. If you want to integrate New York City schools, approve this program. Use this as, you know, a pilot program of a way of integration. I mean, it's incredibly disrespectful, and especially when you look at the educational, you know, history of the person who made these comments, to, you know, who is speaking out against people who are looking for language education in a public setting. When you have these parents who come from, you know, from Haiti, from Senegal, from Benin, from, you know, North Africa, it's incredibly disrespectful and extraordinarily personally bothersome that someone would do that. So, you know, again, use this as an integration pilot if that's what you're really after. I think that would be a great step forward. Thank you very much.
Robin Kelleher.
Thank you. I just wanted to finish. I somehow got muted and I was in the middle of saying something, but I just back to what I was mentioning about students and looking at it from their perspective and trying to think from the mind of a child. I think it's really de-incentivizing to go with the idea of using test scores as a quota on top of lottery and trying to give students the bottom test scores an advantage, because I think kids are smart. And I think that's the worst message to send when we're talking about higher education and trying to get them to the point of excellence. And, you know, we're all here for our children and we want all children to succeed. So let's think about what they really need and what they really want and how to increase diversity in a way that helps all of our children and not hinders them. And I also, just about the mute, I think that we really do need to remember to be respectful of everyone on here, whether or not we agree or disagree with the notions coming forward. So let's try not to insult one another and to mute people mid sentence. So thank you for letting me finish that. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I don't know if somebody muted you or something happened. I certainly did not mute you, so we do want you to finish your speech. Next person is, I thought I had Robin Diaz, Miss Diaz. Oh, okay. Michael Extract.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me be able to speak. As a former educator, consultant, and parent, I have to say 3 things. 1, I believe that education in different languages should be presented here in New York City, so that we have a diversity of communities. As a formal dual language teacher, I advocate for language development, and it's important because in learning, students are able to scaffold between languages. So that's an important tool for them in order for them to be able to communicate, knowing that most students come in with 4 or 3 or 7 different languages from home. And to maintain one would allow them to provide more understanding and content when they're in school. That's one point. The other point is that every school has the need or should be able to provide the services needed based on the community that it's working with. So if the community itself is presenting different needs, the schools need to support those needs through different programs and through different activities that will allow interaction and support academically for parents, for the learning community itself. And lastly, I have to say that the main concern here that I see is the parent support that is lacking. I've always seen this when I was an educator. That's the reason why I'm a consultant. And I think that parents need a lot of support when it comes to the information and how communication is being delivered to them in 1 language, 2 languages. As one person said before, some parents have the possibility to get all the information via internet. By the time that they get it, if they don't have the tools to be able to communicate or to get that information, it's too late. So there has to be ways within the school system, within each individual school, and within this platform itself, to be able to branch out that information that will be more productive and solid in order for this to be able to be successful. Thank you.
Michael Extract.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say I had defended the CEC members who have been promoting equity, and I stand by that. I feel like maybe I was a little unfair to the previous leadership because there was a presentation about some nicer proposals, which unfortunately weren't very clear, but I think they were promoting a policy to lay the groundwork for actual integration as opposed to just desegregation. And I think that groundwork really does need to get done. I think we've seen that in terms of people's understanding of these issues. And just so that when desegregation happens, we can create welcoming schools, to sort of echo what the person from Quest for Learning said. I also do want to agree with the speaker from downtown. I don't want to send my 11-year-old to Tribeca from uptown any more than she wants to send her kid uptown. I think one answer to that is that maybe our district is too big, but I do think that these geographic issues do need to be considered. If I have any time left, I'll just reiterate that I really want to see people push for more vaccinations in schools as opposed to less. Not vaccination, I'm sorry, more testing in schools as opposed to less. As long as we're in this situation of we're not really sure what's going on, teachers need to be tested when they want to be. And to the extent that we can push that and make that happen, I really encourage you to consider that. Thank you.
I don't think we have anybody else on our list. So I think we are going to wrap up the second public session. And thanks everybody who spoke this evening, both in the first and second public session.
I move for approval or move to vote on the resolution on the middle school fair.
I second that, yes. Okay, Vincent, call the roll and we'll take a vote.
So on the resolution to urge middle school fairs, the second resolution, Robin.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Emily.
Yes.
I vote yes. Edward.
Yes, yes.
Ben.
Yes.
Pushma.
Yes.
Len Silverman.
Yes.
Chino.
Yes.
And Tom. Tom Rockledge.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the resolution on middle school fairs passes 10-0.
I make a motion to table a vote on the controlled choice resolution until our February meeting.
I will second that.
Okay, so
I mean, actually, before we get there, and I'm not sure the technical process, but could we respond a little bit or have some more discussion amongst the council members based on the feedback we got from the public? Because I do think if we're going, regardless of our vote, as I think we're all clear, I think it's the conversation that helps inform the overall discussion. So regardless of the vote we'll take next meeting, I think, having a little, at least I have one or two things I wanted to react to. If everyone wants to move on, that's fine. But
go ahead, Eric.
I always like to hear what you have to say.
No, Eric, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was just one point that I wanted to bring up, because this has been a persistent comment, not only related to controlled choice, but also changes in enrollment at middle school and high school, and it's around location and geography. And I think one of the things that's important to keep in mind is that today in District 2, we have zone schools, right, which give everyone an opportunity to have a local choice in their neighborhood. And second is that when you think of any choice model, as we said originally, there's a student aspect to it, and there's also
the school ranking. And students in general, if they prefer schools in their neighborhood, I think overwhelmingly they find school seats in their neighborhood. So if we look area by area, there is a balance between students and school seats in every neighborhood across District 2. So the notion that a student who lives on the Upper East Side is going to be placed in a school in Lower Manhattan, to me, is a red herring, because that same potential exists today, right? Controlled choice or not, in today's enrollment model, there is assignment of students, and that will not change whether we go to screened or unscreened, or controlled choice or not controlled choice. We are one district, and students who don't match to one of their preferred choices can get sent to another school. We don't see that happening in great numbers. So I just want to caution, as we focus on this idea of geography and location, that it is not different than what exists today. And if it's something that we want to solve for today, it's something we'd solve for tomorrow, but this doesn't introduce anything new in that piece. And I do want to just, oh, please, I want to add one other thing, because I do hear it from a lot of voices, here in the community. I've also been to all the CEC meetings, not just this term, but for the last 8 years. So for 10 years, I've sat on the CEC, and I have heard the conversation, discussion, and the consideration set of choices actually is very limited, right, around what we could do around enrollment. So as much as we want to say that we want more process, we want more parent input, we want data, we want surveys, right? Every time we go through that, and to me, although I think that stuff is important, it does strike me as a way to maintain the status quo. The best way to keep things the way they are is to come up with process issues around why we can't move forward and make choices. Well, I am very confident that we have the views and the full spectrum of the community on these issues. I feel very well informed to it. I've listened to the community, and I believe that our council members have too. So although we won't vote on it tonight, I don't think it's because we're not informed of the issues and the choices that are set in front of us. So those are the two things that I wanted to underscore, is the location issue and our understanding and knowledge and sentiment of the community. Thank you.
I'll just add a quick question. I'm sorry, just real quick. Do we, just for clarification for the whole, everybody participating, do we even have zone middle schools next
Yes.
year?
Yeah.
So 75 Morton is zoned the same way any elementary school is zoned.
Okay.
Rook
No.
and Wagner and Roosevelt Island are functionally zoned, although technically don't have the same designation that 75 Morton has.
Sun Yat-sen as well.
We have, the answer is we have zone middle schools.
Okay.
Yes, and we will have zone middle schools for next year.
So just to clarify, just all your proposal is really doing is taking schools that are already unscreened by mayoral control and just trying to add a little bit of diversity to it. I'm just trying to understand it, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's just trying to say all the schools in the District 2 portfolio should enroll a percentage of students in a demographic to be determined that reflects the demographic of the district at large.
So this is just for screened schools which are no longer screened for 1 year?
It would be for, no, all the schools in district.
So then
Right. So Tom, I think the question is, if we're going to do it this year, any way you're doing it this year, we're just adding this piece to it, right?
Right,
So
exactly.
yeah, right. So I mean, we're doing it this year anyway. It's not a big addition, right? So I think you could look at the other way too. Yes, you could either do it unscreened, or you could do unscreened with a controlled choice element to it. And yes, right now, I think, Kasha had pointed it out, this is for 1 year, But if we're going to do it this year, let's do it this year.
And just
that's it.
I just wanted to reflect on some of the discomfort that I heard from some people about, you know, putting our thumb on the scales and maybe artificially creating a priority for students in a certain demographic. And I just wanted to point out that some of our most sought after schools are already doing that to a certain extent, right? So Clinton and Clinton and Salk and Eastside Middle School already on their own have chosen to participate in a diversity and admissions program that says that they are going to prioritize a certain number of seats for students who are eligible for free reduced lunch. A number of our high schools are already doing that, have chosen to do that. So this is sort of saying, let's do it as instead of like having each school opt in as a one-off, have a system-wide structure so that all the schools are doing it together, that this is a statement that all of our schools are embarking on this step together, as opposed to putting that on the shoulders of individual SLTs in individual schools, and frankly in numbers that still don't come close to district average.
Yeah, I'd like to just chime in. I want to follow up on Eric's point about what we heard from people tonight. I mean, I heard people wanted surveys. I heard people wanted to really know what people in the district. I mean, we all presume, I'll admit I do it as well. We all presume we know what the will of the parents are in this district. You know, I know the District 2 President's Council has done a survey in the past, but you know, and then we were attacked for the survey that we did, by the way, because people weren't happy with the results. But it amazes me that we can have a 10-0 vote to have a middle school fair, information fair, but we don't schedule, you know, things like middle school admissions fairs or middle school admissions, you know, discussions where people can actually, you know, chime in back and forth. So I've heard that people want to be part of this process. I'm concerned, Robin, I did hear you say before, you gave an example of District 1. You mentioned District 1, and you said that even with the controlled choice, it wasn't, you know, or without the control. I mean, I don't want to mischaracterize what you said, but I did hear, and I thought I interpreted it as without controlled choice, we didn't get the outcomes of diversity that we wanted, or the parents still did what they wanted, or just randomly, I was amazed that after that it still turned out this way. I mean, I am in favor of our parents having choices. I think that's what, and choices for good schools, choices for academically rigorous schools, choices on both sides, and I get concerned when we eliminate those choices or we restrict those choices or we try to tailor them, as I don't know if Tom had mentioned, but and when we try to jiggle it and we try to change formulas and everything, that just concerns me. So I think that's one of the reasons people leave, because they really don't know, they can't, they have no assurance or no way to predict where their children are going to be. And if you want to, can I just finish for 1 second? I'm sorry, I'll let you go, I promise. But I think, you know, people want to have some predictability in the process. And if we truly want to really help all the kids in our district, we have to start, you know, again, in elementary school, like some other person said earlier. You have to start in kindergarten, first grade, making sure that people get the resources. And by the time you get to middle school, it's too late. And you're always going to have those diverse divergences based on race. You're just going to have it, and there's no way around it. And you can try to jiggle things, and you can and change formulas, but I think people in our district, parents, want choice. And I think to some extent it sounds a little condescending when you said, well, we don't trust the parents, or the parents naturally choose these schools, so let's kind of let's set things aside, let's make up their minds for them. So I just think we need to have some predictability in the system. It's going to be a tough year next year. This is a very tough year. Parents are really out of their minds, and I'm just concerned about things that certainly might be extended into the future beyond this year. And I didn't see anything in the resolution. Was it limited to this year specifically? I didn't see that.
Okay. Therefore, I think.
It was limited to this year because we don't know what future years will hold.
So when is the middle school application deadline? So I'm just concerned that if the process has already started, you're proposing to inject a new new criteria into a process that's already underway.
So I believe it closes in mid-February. This is why I don't want to wait to vote on, I want.
But just one thing I think it's important, sorry to interject, Robin, is that
Yeah, please.
what the student lists as your choice should not differ, right? It's the choices you make as an individual student and as a family, right, can and should be independent of how the schools are ranking you, right? So while I understand those misgivings that there's something that's already in process and then we're adding another layer to it, the only thing that makes me more comfortable with it is that I think your choice should be your choice of schools.
There's no gaming it.
Your choice is going to be different if you know that you could be subject to controlled choice versus absolute lottery.
How?
Think it would be different, Vincent? How do you think it would be different?
Because if you're making a decision about where to apply and you want a particular place, your odds in an absolute lottery are of one, it's an absolute lottery. There's no any different way to think about that. But if you're going to be subject to controlled choice, that's a different calculus.
But why would you so if I liked Clinton, Salk, Baruch, School of the Future, those are my choices.
Mm-hmm.
How do I put those down? I know whether I'm eligible for free reduced lunch.
Okay. So
why would I change the order based on whether there was going to be a target for each school to be at 40% free reduced lunch?
So somewhere during the discussion tonight, people talked about how Salk, I think it might have been you who said in the past, if you didn't have a 4, you had no chance at Salk.
That was me, yeah.
Right. So with controlled choice, and we haven't come to a final selection of what these criteria are, but you used free and reduced lunch. So that adds, as you said, a thumb on the scale. And the natural reaction of some students and parents is going to be, well, I don't have as good a chance of getting in there, so I'll alter my choice.
But
that wouldn't help though. I mean,
wouldn't change.
In the way we run the middle school admissions right now, it goes down your list. And right now, with absolutely no criteria, so we've already shot ourselves in the foot if you care about screening, right? So everybody just gets an assigned number and it just runs down the list. All they're trying to do is say, basically the only criteria they can use is free and reduced lunch, constitutionally. And as Robin said, some schools already do that anyway. So like a school like Eastside Middle School, would that even change?
Yeah, because right now the number that most of them are using is like
17%.
17.
So you would increase the free and reduced lunch.
Right. It would increase the number.
So in fact, it's a Robin Hood lottery. Okay. I mean,
I mean.
Okay.
But it doesn't change in terms of like ranking strategy. It wouldn't change the strategy to the extent anyone thinks that they can employ strategy to optimize their chances at getting into their first choice school. Definitely switching from screens to not screens definitely changes that calculus. Absolutely. But going from going from choice to control choice doesn't change the calculation in terms of how you rank your schools.
Right. The only piece of information that's going to change your calculation is the number of applicants to each school. If Salk gets 7,000 applicants, whereas Clinton gets 2,000, then it doesn't matter whether it's a set aside or not. Your odds of getting into Clinton is far superior than your odds of getting into Salk. But there is no way for anybody to know before you put the application in how many students are going to apply to any given school. Right?
What we do know is they've expanded the geographic areas, though. I mean, that's
no, you don't know how
No.
many people are going to apply to any given school.
Well, I think
No.
it's very interesting actually, because the things that I'm hearing from like parents at my school is they're really psyched because a lot of people felt like, you know, if they did have a couple of threes, they felt like they were completely locked out of Salk, Eastside Middle, Clinton, and Lab. And now they're like, well, good, my kid, whatever, they got 2 or 3 threes in random sort of various times. And I would like to go to that school. You know, I like the, you know, science thing, or I like the, you know, whatever. And they feel, I mean, it's just interesting. I thought there was going to be a big uproar, and at the schools where my kids go, there isn't.
Yeah, Emily, you just proved Vincent's point, though. If people now think if this whole large group now thinks they can all apply to the same school and they all have this chance, they've actually reduced their chances.
Potentially,
and so the people then want to game it by parents then want to game it by picking the schools that are not going to get as popular.
But then we get into a philosophical discussion about what makes the school. Okay. I mean, we can
Correct.
debate this.
Yes,
Is it the
correct.
screen that makes the school? If you have a school with all 4s, you're going to have pretty high performing numbers, it's test scores. If it's a school, it's a high school, for example, it's probably going to have higher SAT scores. If it's all 1s and 2s, it's probably not going to be as high performing, regardless of what the science program is at that school.
But you're making massive gaming. You're not getting away from the gaming.
But so I want to agree with something Len said about the predictability. So one of my children in one of the many application processes I went through had just as close to perfect everything that you could get. And I was so, on a personal level, what a relief. Because then I knew my conversation with that child was going to be, whatever school you put first or second, that's the school you're going to get. What a fantastic opportunity to be able to say that to your child. And my child got that choice, and it was wonderful, and yay for us, right? That we had that predictability. But most families don't have that already. That was a stroke of luck and a privilege that we had. It was privilege, it was luck, a little bit of hard work, not that much hard work. So I guess I understand, like I understand the longing of having that predictability, but the reality is very few families get that. And you don't even know what you're getting until you get that letter from the New York State that tells you what your kid scored on a test. And that's gone anyway right now for middle school. It's off the table. Right now, it's just a blank slate where there's no advantage once you get that notice from New York State that your kid got like the highest 4s. And to me, that's a good thing. To everyone, that's not a good thing, but that's where it is. And all this resolution is saying is take this blank slate that we have currently, and let's just make sure that every school is educating a proportion of the students in the district. Representative proportions in the district. There's no predictability without a controlled choice. I would lose in the same exact scenario. I would lose that predictability, that comfort that I got when I saw that score report. That's gone. So it's saying, hey, that comfort is gone. The people that benefited from that level of predictability is gone. So what do we do with this? Why can't we create a portfolio of schools that is reflective of all of the students that are in the district it serves, knowing that we have Wagner, we have Baruch, we have Morton, we have Sun Yat-sen. So there is a neighborhood school for every student for whom that's a priority.
Can I just underscore that last point, and one that I think Erica Rand-Silverman made, that in real life, we all have to deal with people of differing abilities. And being able to teach our kids to do that in the classroom and to be able to learn from every single one of them, segregating kids that are getting 4.5s in some ways, yes, can work. Fine, give them enrichment classes. Let's all foster making sure that these schools, every single school, in our district has the ability to intervene when when students are performing poorly or when students need extra enrichment. I don't know. That's all I'll say. That's the point that I wanted to make.
And Ushma, that's great, but there's no confidence. You understand? There's no confidence that that has ever been accomplished by the DOE. Because the
let's
reality is
advocate for it.
the DOE can only handle things when they're getting the highest performing subset of students. That suddenly becomes a great school because they're getting the people with the least behavioral issues.
So then
usually,
we are not serving all of the people who we were put into this place to do. Like
I
our
agree.
job is to advocate. And
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But you know, we seem to focus, and we're always fixated in this council. And I think that's anyone that objectively looks at District 2, we're always like Sauk, Eastside Middle School, Clinton. You know, the 620 middle schools I checked earlier this evening in New York, but we're only focused on just a few of them that we view, the parents view as these Cadillac schools or these you know, these schools
in our district.
but those are the ones that people seem to focus on. You even talked about them.
I think it's kind of interesting. You know, I saw a presentation or heard about a presentation yesterday at Community Board 2, where they took the scores of Clinton and they tracked it from sort of 2014 to today, and it was directly proportional to what kind of students they were taking, which of course makes sense, right? If you take only all fours kids, of course, you know, it's not like, you know, the teaching, I mean, listen, the teachers are great. They're fantastic. But what I found is, as you go around to all these schools, the teachers are coming from the same pool. Like, you get good teachers, you get bad teachers, you get, you know, dedicated. It's just, if you're creaming the top of the test scores and grades and putting them in just one, you know, set of schools, of 4 schools, say, then of course those are going to be considered the good schools. But are they actually, you know, doing the job of moving and educating? I don't know.
But isn't it moot right now anyway? There are no scores.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a lottery. It's one lottery or it's another lottery. It's going to be a lottery. There's going to be.
And I think one of the things we have to do is to underscore to the parents of our district that there are no bad choices in District 2. Everyone is going to get into a terrific school. And so many of us, I think any of us who have gone on the middle school tours, went on subways with our kids. We were willing to take our kids and go a little bit further if we thought that it was going to be a better school for them. There are really terrific choices, and that is part of our job as District 2 parents and on the CEC, is to reassure our fellow parents that they have terrific choices. And if they are in a situation that is untenable, that they can make a change.
And Ushma, is every child in District 2 guaranteed a seat at one of these District 2 schools?
Yes.
Yes. Isn't this the whole conversation we had about zoned schools?
Unless you live outside of the district and attend a District 2 elementary school at the moment, then you don't have a D2 zone school.
But every student that resides in District 2 is guaranteed a seat at a District 2 middle school. And
Unless the seats fill up.
Yeah, that's exactly what
They don't. I mean, come on, guys. Right now, we have more seats than
You're
students.
the ones telling us
more
that everything's
seats.
clean.
Not more zone seats than students.
All right, guys,
Yeah,
I'm going to try to.
anyone who attends a District 2 school.
Eric?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Before I call the question, I'd just like to say that I see an inconsistency between a district asking for money, getting $2 million to integrate its schools, and then getting this sort of, as you say, Eric, this delay, this, you know, data, all of these arguments that seem not to get us anywhere with respect to using the $2 million that we have procured to integrate the schools. So, I mean, we went out, we got this money, and now we're hemming and hawing about integration. So I think we have to, you know, we have to do something. You know, you have to get off the, as they say, we have to do something because we've gotten this money, we've made this representation that we want integration, maybe we don't want integration, but we made the representation, we have the funds, now we have to do something, so we have to get things done. So that's the inconsistency that I see. And with that, I'm going to call the question on the motion, unless anyone else wants to comment on what I've just said. Okay, so we have a motion. Vincent, can you call the vote, call the roll on the vote on the motion to table the vote on the resolution?
Vincent, you're muted.
To table. But no one brought it to vote yet.
No, the motion
No.
is to table. Robin called the motion and Shino seconded to table this resolution because it wasn't properly noticed and that people
Till
in
February
might really want to weigh in.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so calling a vote on the motion to table the resolution on controlled choice. Robin, how do you vote?
No.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so you don't want, you're saying you do not want to table the motion to vote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so no. Eric?
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
I vote yes to tabling the motion. Edward?
Yes, yes.
Ben? Ben Morden?
I vote yes.
Ushma Neal?
Yes.
Len Silverman?
Yes.
Shino Tanakawa?
Yes.
And Tom Rockledge?
I'll abstain.
Okay, so the motion to table the resolution on controlled choice passes 8 in favor, 1 abstention, and 8 in favor, 1 no, and 1 abstention. And it's tabled until the February meeting.
Can I just ask that if anyone's going to make any changes, Robin, if you were going to make any changes or tweak the language a little, that we at least get it a little earlier. I mean, I'm not saying it was anybody's fault, but just can we?
Of course. I mean,
Yeah.
I sent it to the council last week.
No, I know. No, I'm not. I didn't insinuate anything.
Yeah.
I did not insinuate anything. I merely
The
just want to
only
make sure
thing
that.
I might add is something about geography.
I move to adjourn the calendar meeting.
Wait, may I make a
Actually,
suggestion
yeah,
that
one
we
question,
actually
sorry.
don't engage in a lengthy discussion on the resolution at the February meeting again, because we've had a decent discussion tonight?
Well, I just want to comment on that. I don't have a problem if we want to agree that us I mean, I think our opinions are pretty well stated. I think we could limit our comments to 5 minutes, maybe, each, but I don't think it's fair if we're going to limit the public.
No, I'm not suggesting the public.
No, never
The whole
limit the
point of tabling the resolution is so we can hear from the public.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I could, even though I love to talk, I guess I could limit it to.
We know
5
where you
minutes.
stand, Len.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, I just had one question before we adjourn. That was a question from someone in the public. And I don't know, Marianne, if you're able to answer this question, or Jennifer, but I just wanted to circle back on this question of whether, or you can get back to us on it, whether school principals are empowered to move people into remote learning who are currently signed up for blended but are not attending with regularity. I don't know if you have any information on that to share tonight, but I've heard that from a few schools, and I heard that tonight is just schools' ability and flexibility to increase in-person learning by acknowledging that there are certain students who are signed up for blended but aren't actually doing it.
I think she's on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute her.
On the
Yeah,
DOE
Jen-
website, you can look there. I can't pull it up now because I'm about to lose my battery anyway. Regarding students who are signed up for blended but don't attend. It's all on there. There's a conversation that takes place between the principal and the family to see what is going on. So there's not one answer. If they don't show up, then they move to remote. They need to see what the family situation is and work with them.
Right, but they do, it sounds like they do obviously there should be a process. It shouldn't be arbitrary, but the principal does have the authority or capability to recommend or to move someone, is what
Yes.
it sounds like.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jennifer.
Sure.
So we second the motion to adjourn.
Well, I just wanted to mention one thing. We had a number of parents discuss French, the French schools tonight. I think as a CEC council, we should decide whether we should address their concerns because it's,
You can write a resolution.
We do have new business, don't we? I mean, you could add that to new
Not working business, yeah.
business. Is that in working business? Because I would agree with Ben. 44% of French speakers are in sub-Saharan Africa, by the way.
Well, let's bring it up in the working business meeting. I'm
Yeah.
going to move again that we adjourn the calendar meeting.
Okay.
Okay, I second that motion.
Okay.
And then we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Be back here in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Hello?
No, please leave. Oh, who knows? But hey, at least it was a little bit of a victory, at least bring it over. Yeah, maybe. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Tom, are you there? Can you hear me? Tom, unmute yourself. Okay, I have to run out and take care of something. Can you ask Emily to run the beginning of the meeting? I'll try to get back in time.
I'll let her know.
Thank you, Sheena. Thank you.
Yep.
Honey, we're going out now. You're pissed off.
Do we know who's host? Because Tom exited and came back in and now he's not a co-host.
Yvette is host. Let me text her. Emily, you're running the meeting.
I think anybody over 50 should get a double break time.
Sorry, guys. I had to help with some homework.
Oh dear.
Okay. I am calling to order the working business meeting of the CEC for District 2.
And by the way, in case we didn't have enough to talk about next meeting, did you see what happened tonight? The decision, the what with the gifted and talented?
No.
Oh, they announced this will be the last gifted and talented test administered.
Okay.
So I'm sure someone will have something to say next meeting.
Well, during this administration.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's people are going to again go out of their minds.
But then, well, there's no way of knowing who will become the next mayors and the next chancellor. So whatever will happen is going to happen.
It's true.
Indeed. All right. So I actually don't even have the agenda up for the working business meeting because I didn't think that I was running it.
It's
very simple. Just like open roll call, new business.
Okay. So Vincent, why don't you take the roll call?
Sure. Robin.
Here.
Eric has not returned yet. Oh, there it is.
I am back. Sorry, just one more moment. I'll be right.
Okay, all right.
He's here.
Emily obviously is here. I'm here. Edward stepped out. Ben Warden.
There, yes.
Ushma is there.
Sure.
Len Silverman, I saw.
Here.
And Shino is here, and Tom is here. So we are currently 9.
And I think Edward just.
Ed will be back. Yeah, he just asked Emily to step in.
Can I ask you all, and it's a legitimate question, I'm really not pandering but when I try to click on the agenda right now, for example, or when I tried to click on the resolution from Chrome, I was able to do it from Internet Explorer. It doesn't open for me. Are any of you having the same problem?
Yeah, the same thing happened to me, but you can download it.
Oh, okay.
I'm having the same problem with the agenda, but from our homepage, you can click on all the links.
Okay, I was able to get it on using a different
It's a Google versus Microsoft thing.
There was some, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but there will be more oversight on some of those elements to make sure that we're editing, to make sure all the links work and stuff. But it's not you, Len.
Thanks.
Okay.
While we wait for Ed, I think we've closed the capital improvement project requests from schools. And we have a spreadsheet that is going to have one column for each of you. If you can rank the projects, and then we'll average the rank for each project, and we'll submit all the projects to the SCA by Friday, I think is the deadline. So I will be emailing you the link to the spreadsheet tomorrow morning. If you could do that before midday Thursday, so that Yvette can actually properly transfer the information to the form, that would be great.
Are they really going to do any capital improvement projects? I mean,
No.
yeah, I mean, seriously.
We should still rank it, but no.
Yeah.
Some of them involve AC units and ventilation.
Yeah, I mean, we have to still submit them so that, we can hold them accountable, but.
How about some nice HEPA filters?
And some of them also involve security too. And, security as a crime becomes more of a problem, there were a number of camera requests.
We can
And actually,
always
there are a
try.
couple asbestos files replacement requests. That's concerning too.
We have to go through the process, and we always have to try whether or not anything gets done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did Ed say we should wait for him?
No, he said Emily to go ahead and
Yeah.
run the meeting.
Because
But the agenda is call to order, new business, and then adjournment. So
It's not, it's so in any case, let's, thanks Shino so much. And we should all look at that and put our initials next to the ones that we prioritize, right? I mean, is that how it works, Shino?
we actually ask you to rank them by numbering 1, 2, 3, low priority, mid, high priority.
Great. So should we give a deadline to do that? Should we say?
Yes, Thursday midday would be great.
Great. So
Is it, so wait, as in 2 days from now?
Yeah, well, a day and a half.
Yeah. Would you mind sending a quick email that also is like 1 is the highest and 3 is the
Yep,
lowest?
yep.
Just because I'm
I'll
going to
send it out tomorrow morning. Yeah. It's also going to be in the spreadsheet, that little instruction somewhere. So, but I'll
Just
send it out.
appreciate having the reminder.
Yes.
Will do.
Great. Okay. And then Ben, I know you wanted to bring up the dual language.
Well, before that, I have to just a little note regarding Treasury issue.
Great.
There's any concern for a change of the budget, any budget items that we had previously, which was just guesstimates given COVID, please get them to me sometime in February because I have to make changes by March.
Robin, do you know, have you spoken to Yvette? Is like Zoom taken care of and website and all that stuff?
She just got the P card. I think Yvette's here too. I don't know if she's on, but she just got the P card and sorry, there's some loud noise. I mean, I think that's already budgeted for.
Right, I know. So it's great. So that's all, everything's in.
It's just a matter of whether it's going to a council member's personal card for reimbursement or she finally got the P card. I think we just have to make sure that everything is now set to the P card instead.
Great, great. Okay.
So Ben, just on that, do we need to reallocate for additional funds like we did last year now before March? Or reallocate for giving away our funds, I guess, basically?
I think that comes later.
Well, we'll have to do it by mid-March. Yeah.
Yeah. So should we just put that on the agenda for next meeting to discuss or discuss?
That's a good idea, actually. Yeah.
Just, I don't want the money to go to waste because I think we'd be unable to spend it if we didn't readjust the budget.
Yeah, we're still trying to push for us to able to spend money for students and families who actually need resources, but the DOE hasn't told us we can do that. So it might end up being that we send money back to Central and the Central will order whatever again, which isn't
what is
the way
their
we
policy regarding teachers? Because there's been a growing movement to get teachers a second screen for the remote needs. And I've been looking into that.
Look into that, yeah. I'll ask.
What I don't understand is maybe somebody, why the DOE, is this money the DOE gives us? Or is this coming from the state? So it's not coming from the state.
No, it's city. It's tax levy, I'm pretty sure. So it's part of the DOE budget.
Oh, all right. So it's their money anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, it's our money. We paid for it because we pay taxes, but
Well, yeah,
DOE
no, it's
controls
under their
the
purview.
fiscal
rather than the
policies
state.
under the DOE.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Okay, so we'll put that on the agenda for next meeting. But you know what, as I say that, who's going to actually put that on the agenda for the next meeting? Does somebody want to? Ben, do you want to email Yvette and just say for the next working business meeting agenda?
I have it. I already made a note.
Great. You're here, Yvette. Great, thank you so much.
No, I've been here.
Awesome.
I made a note to put it on.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, great.
Did we do committee reports during the calendar meeting?
I don't
We
think
sort of skipped over. Oh, okay. I was contacted by somebody from the mayor's office for immigrant affairs. They have a workshop for immigrants, Know Your Rights workshop. And I thought it would be a good thing to do, considering our district demographics. So we are hosting a 1-hour Know Your Rights workshop on January 27th, and then another one on February 3rd in Mandarin. So we're working on the flyers right now. They'll be going out as soon as they're ready.
Fantastic.
And we're doing this as a diversity committee thing.
Great. And I actually just spoke to Yvette and set the next Students with Disabilities Committee meeting for Friday, January 29th at 3:30 p.m. So I will get a flyer to you, Yvette, as well, because I basically globbed onto the middle school event as the Students with Disabilities for December. So this will be my January one. And I would actually like to do and potentially a separate meeting for an ASD Nest program. I actually happen to have had the very good fortune to meet one of the founders of the program, or over the phone, not in person. But anyway, pretty fascinating. So it's interesting to hear that people showing up tonight talking about that as well.
And Tom and Wishma, we have a meeting tomorrow. Right?
Yeah, 7 to 8:30. You know, not a lot has changed on my end.
So maybe Yvette, we can do send out an email tomorrow with the dates of the various committee meetings. Yours, Tom, and Ushma and Chino, and then if you got those diversity committee meeting dates at least, and then I'll do the students with disability dates.
I already started a blast.
A blast.
With,
Awesome.
all the meetings that are coming up.
Perfect.
I don't know whether or not we established it as our standing meeting, but we now are marking our students in temporary housing committee meetings the night after a CEC meeting. I don't know, it seemed simple enough to just do it that way. And last time we had a wonderful turnout, and also a lot of elected officials and a lot of people raising their hands saying that they wanted to get more involved in it, which was just really lovely. So I thought that the engagement was really high, and a lot of people discussed a lot of information, and there was good level setting, like where Shino in particular and I and Tom were able to talk about the thing, like how we got to here and what the frustrations are, so that people wouldn't keep making the same recommendations of things that we already tried and butted our head up against the wall. But it was a really productive first meeting, and I'm looking forward to all the good things that we can do.
Yeah, and I believe Jocelyn Anchor, for anybody that doesn't know her, has been very helpful in this area. She's just she's a parent from Salk. She had a fundraiser going for more headphones. And I think after the last meeting, it substantially increased the amount of funds. So if that's all we got from last meeting, it's something good.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's all been so good to like see how many people are turning up and opening their wallets and contributing their time and effort too. And there were some interesting follow-on conversations with Sean Jean-Louis, who's the new educational policy analyst in Gail Brewer's office, and one of the main interfaces for Shino and I. So he reached out to me afterwards as well to talk about some other things, particularly tutoring for that population. And I saw his eyebrows also raise up when Marianne started talking about that as well. I actually connected him to Violet Becker because I remember that was one of the things that she had started at the end of the last time when she was on, and during the beginning of the pandemic, was trying to corral a number of high school students to be able to be available as tutors. So I set the two of them up to chat, and I had actually set my kids tutor up with Violet as well because he wanted to start doing some more pro bono work. So I think, I don't know, I'm just trying to like bring more people together to make that happen.
And I will also say, not to go on and on about our meetings, but Iris was very helpful in explaining the boundaries that we face, hurdles we face to do anything for students in temporary housing, as far as anonymity is concerned, as far as getting in contact with the shelter directors. So, I mean, it was very informative for me, and I've done a lot of research on this. So I encourage everybody to join who is interested at all. So it's very collaborative. Let's put it that way. It's not confrontational at all.
Great.
Just a remote education update. I met with Marianne, Acting Superintendent Marianne Shepard, and Jennifer Greenblatt with regards to iReady and other assessment tests that the students take in schools, with the concern of what's happening in terms of the COVID achievement gap. You know, how is that being addressed? How is that being calculated? How it's being measured? And because you can take national norms with these tests, that they're out there and you can identify the data. Unfortunately, the data is not centralized, and there's no way to capture it, from my understanding, from all the schools readily and utilize it. And so it's not actionable, which is unfortunate. So I've been trying to contact iReady because they would have that potentially. I don't know how where it's all where it's sourced, where it's warehoused. So I want to learn more about it. And you can't do this. They're out of Massachusetts, and they want us to talk to the. I'm getting the runaround, so I have to talk to someone in New York now. But I think the buzzword from last month from the chancellor was COVID achievement gap, and the mayor. Well, we have to find out how bad is it, and what we can do to improve the situation for everybody. It's hitting everyone, and I'm just hearing too many things recently, and it's shocking. Kids are depressed. They're they're in homes way too much, and too much screen time. They need to get out. So it's sad, and I think I think we need to do more. I've tried in the past with Donalda to try to encourage more enrichment programs. One of them was the Chess Initiative, and she started that. But I think right now we're at the time to start demanding more data about how bad is our COVID achievement gap, and what do we need to do? Do some students, was this a lost year or not? And what steps do we take? Because this, I think, is the most serious issue right now, how our kids are doing. All right.
And I saw a very interesting set of tweets, and now listen, none of that is comprehensive because it's just opinions, about how every single PhD in English is probably going to take this on as a dissertation topic, and very specifically, who and how are we going to identify those students that actually outperformed in remote education over regular? Now, listen, that's a completely niche topic, but I got totally sucked into that whole thread around what is it that those students are doing? How is it that they're adapting? Is there specifics about that personality type of kids that are actually thriving in remote learning over in person?
No, I've got a third grader, and this is an absolute nightmare. He's going to school 3 days a week, every other week. So every other week, it's 2 days a week. It's been an absolute nightmare. I can't control the screen time. It's very hard for me and my wife. We're both working from home just to make sure he gets on what he needs to get on. And I can't possibly, and I have no metric or no way to judge how he's actually performing in school, where he is on any sort of spectrum in terms of where he should be reading, at what reading level, and what math level, and what, there's just no way to figure that out. So
It's very likely that that's much more the case. I brought it up just as a simple thought kind of experiment. And that's, I actually share your concerns. I have kids at 3 different schools, 2 of them that use Pupil Path and 1 that doesn't. And I have zero transparency about how that child is doing. Now, listen, that's middle school. That's not elementary school, where I think it's even more opaque, but just the ability to be able to intervene at a more frequent level towards seeing how these kids are doing. It's immensely frustrating at that one school where I have zero transparency on how my child is doing.
And Ushma, he is an IEP. So you have to imagine that when you throw all that into the mix, I think they're failing. I mean, look, he's getting services, he's getting it remotely and in school, but there's no comparison and there's no structure. And I think it's the lack of structure that for me is the biggest worry of all. And I think, it wouldn't be surprising to me if this is just a lost year, like you said, that this is just a year that just gets washed out of everyone's lives, and hopefully they're not too far behind.
But already has the test then in their possession.
Well,
or
I don't know how many schools are using it. I've requested that, and I don't, because some schools have different platforms too.
Okay.
And you don't know how frequently the teachers in the classrooms are employing it as well. So we need some standardization in that to really find out, how the kids are doing, and that's one of the few tools that we can at least do some comparisons. And I know, I asked this question to the chancellor directly on December 8th, and he made the argument between formative and assessment and a formative test and its benefits. But right now we have such few things to latch onto. We have to use something, and these needs are immediate, and they have to. A lot of parents, I know my kids, they're tested sometimes, and sometimes they tell us or tell the student. I've never heard it from a parent. I've never have been provided any information from a school on how they've done on iReady. So there's no parent feedback. And I don't know why it's kept so secret. I just don't get it, especially during this time.
So as of now, the state tests are still on the calendar, right? For the school year?
Yeah,
I think we're waiting for the new education secretary at the federal level, because the waiver has to come from the feds.
Yeah, I heard from a very high level person that probably state tests are not happening,
but I think our state will apply for a waiver though.
Yep.
And so we won't know. We won't know what.
Apply for a waiver to administer them?
No, a waiver to not. Right?
Correct. A waiver to administer the tests, because it's part of
really?
the federal requirement to test students 3rd and 8th grade, 3rd through 8th grades. It's part of the accountability measure.
You're going to apply for a waiver to not have to administer.
Correct.
Not, yeah.
Yeah, that was
Right,
what
right,
was
right. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll never know what this COVID achievement gap is really. It's sad. I mean, the kids who are going to need it the most, an intervention to get out of the hole they're in, and the parents to provide some tools are just not going to know.
And Ben, it's not just an achievement gap. I honestly think that this is in many cases fostered psychological illness. I mean, I don't want to be too dramatic, but I think that I have to imagine kids are really messed up from just being in front of a screen all day.
Oh yeah.
I mean, really, I mean, to the point where you need therapy and psychological cognitive interventions. I mean, I think it's just horrific. And I've seen that in our own family, and it's really bad.
We have to prevent a lost generation. There's so many kids that are going to suffer long-term from this.
This just reminded me, we have quite a few schools that lost students this year for whatever reason. And when schools lose students, they owe money to the DOE. I am going to work on a resolution to ask the DOE for debt forgiveness so that schools don't have to pay this money back to the central.
Co-sign.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm for that, don't get me wrong, but where is that money then going to come out of the DOE budget? I mean,
So this is the fair student funding, which pays for most of the teachers at any given school, right? And
Right.
more than 90% of the fair student funding at any given school is spent on teacher salaries. By giving this money back, you're not really, I mean, for one thing, in the middle of the school year, you don't want to fire teachers. We need more teachers, not fewer teachers. So schools can't really access teachers. And even if they did, that teacher's salary is just going to be from the school's budget shifted into central budget. It's not creating any more money for anybody to do anything with. It's one of
Like,
those
for example,
accounting.
at our school before COVID, the Peck Slip school, we had that problem where we had a number of kids leave, and it triggered, we had to collapse the classroom because basically this teacher's salary is approximately $100,000 a year. And we had to basically give that back. But collapsing classrooms is not a possibility this year.
right. Yeah.
Right. Some of the classes are already too large. So, and the rationale for normal year is if one school is losing enrollment, there is another school that might be gaining enrollment, right? So that's the rationale for school that loses enrollment to give money back to the central, so the central can give that money to the school that increases enrollment. But I don't think that's really the case this year. I think the whole system has lost students because of the pandemic. So
Right.
giving
40,000.
And
giving
Manhattan
money
in
back to
particular.
central, it's probably not going to be helping any school, because I don't think there are any schools, at least in District 2, that increased enrollment.
But even to give the money back, they don't even have the money to give back, right?
Right, they don't. They
So
really
how,
don't.
that's what I don't understand. How could they?
Well,
even
yeah,
have to-
then they go into this debt repayment plan usually, and you have to pay 25% of the debt this year. I don't even know how they find that money, and then 25% next year. So you start your next school
Make cuts
year
in
with
the
a
future.
deficit.
Yeah.
But you don't know what the federal government's going to do. I mean, we have a new administration coming in. There is control. I suspect there will be some sort of a educational package.
We are getting $5.something billion.
I'm sure there'll be another one, is what I really meant to say.
Right, but we
But at
have
the
to
same
make sure
time, we
the
can signal.
governor doesn't steal that money like he
We
did
can
this
signal
year.
support. We can say that we're watching, and Shino and I are now going on 6 hours of CEC business today because we were in a meeting with Gail Brewer that started at 4. She's also very supportive of this whole thing and was saying that she's going to try and get all 5 borough presidents to sign on to something very similar. But she did mention to us in that call that Manhattan has lost the most people of any of the 5 boroughs. And so therefore our schools have had the most attrition.
So I'm going to be working on a resolution about actually budgeting issues as well. The universal literacy program that Donaldo was a big champion of. Andrew Fletcher at the DOE works on it. And those teachers who have been highly trained in this really some of the science of literacy that I was talking about before now are back into, they've been sort of redistributed back into classrooms, which is good because they're not necessarily able to do this intensive literacy at the elementary school level. And because it's not state or federal or city mandated, these are the programs that go on the chopping block. So I'm going to be doing a resolution about how these are the actual things that we could ill afford, like highly trained teachers doing very early intervention literacy work should not be on the chopping block. So anyway, I'm now going to it's 10:30.
Can I make one point? The one thing we didn't discuss as a group, and it's been in the news. I don't know how it got in the news, but the tentative the superintendent candidate that we met with.
Yep.
And it came to my knowledge that he's also met with a few schools as well. Is it something that I've never been on a council. I mean, we have some older council members here who what happened in the past in terms of presenting who who this candidate to our schools and to parents, and do they weigh in at all, or
So I
I
think
assume not.
from
The
my
answer is
understanding,
no.
the CEC just has to be presented, the candidate, which I
Look,
don't,
we were given no choices with Mariano, and I like Mariano, so it was fine. But here's Mariano Guzman. That's your superintendent. It's like, okay, there was no consultation. Then Bonnie was I think it was a DLT meeting. Here's Bonnie. Okay, that was it. So
same with
Yeah, I don't want to be skeptical of the process, but it's not, I mean, I'd like to feel that we have some input, and I don't think it was fair, telling us very short notice, here's your chance, 45 minutes to really question the one person. It's like we're in the Eastern Bloc.
The way Donalda, when I was on the council and Donalda was put in,
It was just me. I was president of the council, and presenting it to the CEC meant come to a DLT meeting and there's a representative from the CEC, the president. There's a representative from President Council. That was then just Matthew. And that was it. That was it presented to us. So, and then so the fact that the entire council was invited to this meeting was actually more inclusive than any other time than that had happened in the past. So it's really an issue of that should be taken up with how the chancellor regs is written, that, maybe the superintendent process should look more like a C-37, but certainly the way it's happened so far, I'm not saying it was satisfactory, but this was actually the most inclusive version of this process, since it sounds like Mariano was superintendent.
But that's not saying much, because we had Marisol came to the President's Council, told that we didn't hear any names bantered about, but we said we want you to be part of the process. We're gonna, and I said I want to make sure this isn't our only meeting. That we'll really have an opportunity. She's like, no, and it really was our only meeting. So it's a little, and I appreciate what you're saying, that this is, I guess, more inclusive than the past, but maybe we should advocate in the future. And the future could be 10 years from now, but whatever it is, really try to advocate for some changes. But like you said, make it more like the C-130 process.
we absolutely should.
Honestly, this
We
is like
absolutely
mayoral
should.
control.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
like
is.
Harvey started the conversation with, right? I think once the district school boards, right, lost, right, their influence over superintendent selection and principal selection, this is my fourth superintendent and same process.
This is one of the
that.
things that some of the advocates requested back in 2009, is that the CECs are the ones that interview, screen, and hire superintendents. And I think that's something that we can all advocate for.
Yeah, I mean, I think as people start to realize that they now actually have to mount a campaign for getting on the CEC, which is going to take a lot of time and effort, I imagine they're not going to be content with sitting around having zero, actual control. So
No, you want to make a difference. That's why we're all here.
What do
want
we
to
do
feel
to
like we're
advocate?
making a difference, but I don't always feel that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm
and so
There's
how
no
do we advocate? Do we write to Marisol and re-express our discontent? I think
yeah, but
No,
Ushma,
we can
I don't
actually
want to.
for a particular issue of superintendent hiring process, we can actually draft a resolution that goes to the state legislators. Say,
And Ushma,
rewrite the law.
And I'm not saying that our choice that we presented with is bad, or I disapprove.
Agreed.
Of them.
Agreed.
I don't want to sound like we're not happy necessarily with that choice, but let's be honest, we really had zero input into that process. Zero, like none.
Fully agree. I like the gentleman that we met. I will be very happy to work with him, and it certainly sounds like he is a phenomenal choice for the job. I think I got pissed off because of how little I knew about the way that it worked before, and was told that I should be happy with the way that it was working this year, when I felt like we were not really given much of a role in that choice. So
That's
whatever
mayoral
it is we can
control.
do to advocate for the CEC and whoever is on it in the future, if the CEC system keeps going beyond, if there's changes in the way that things are done, I would certainly love to see the CEC take a bigger role in interviewing more than one candidate.
Indeed.
Oh, maybe you could just mandate that you're presented with a certain number, minimum number,
Yeah.
3, 4. But I, to be honest, I would hate to see what the other candidates were. She said they were so horrible and bad. It's like, I mean, I can only imagine how.
I
No
would,
disrespect
thanks for
to
bringing it up, Ben. And if somebody feels like penning a letter to state assembly people, that seems to be the way to get things done with around CECs. So I know that my plate is very full this this next month. So if there's somebody who wants to offer to write that,
I
then
nominate Michael Markowitz.
oh boy.
I see him on our screen, so he's sitting there.
Right. No calling out the public, Len. Easy.
All right, Michael, you had your chance. We gave you an opportunity. All right.
Listen, it's 10:37. Ben, I know you did also bring up the French dual language program. I do think that there are a lot of people who, made a lot of discussion and argument, for continuing that.
They worked so hard to get a program that could have been the model for the rest of the city, and I don't want to, I know there was some difference of opinions, but I think what they did was, to me personally, I thought they did a tremendous job of working so hard to do something new and enriching for students. Yeah. And I just would love that to have expanded. Yes, obviously we're in a crisis now, an economic crisis, and maybe there's some rounds, I don't know, behind the scenes. I just learned of it today. Some other things just came out during this meeting, I don't know, about G&Ts and K1 testing ending in April. So a lot of things are going on, but the way that the French dual language program was, the parents and the the anger and the disappointment and all this, it's heartbreaking, and and they were so looking forward to the future, and this is just piling up all this negative issues for students, for parents, and it's sad. And I'm going to try to reach out to some of the parents. I don't know if I can put anything together for them. I don't know how meaningful it is, but I think as a council,
Did you go to the meeting with Marisol that just preceded ours?
I didn't know about it. I'm having to deal with family health issues in this environment.
So there's a lot of, just so you know, Ben, there's a lot of support behind getting that back on track from Gail Brewer's office, for one, Ben Kolros, Rebecca C. Wright.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's broad support in the community. I asked just for the details of why they determined that they didn't fit the criteria for the school, and the DOE couldn't really even commit to getting that back.
I thought that she did.
She said for benchmarks for next year, but then when I asked again, well, why they didn't meet the criteria this year, she basically just said, there's statistics, we looked at them, that's it. There's no report. So, well, maybe I misinterpreted. I hope they actually did some sort of research and have something to present the 100 plus families who spent so much time on this matter. But I'd be surprised if they did, to be honest.
Well, we can
Hey
point.
guys, I just want to add. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Emily.
Sorry, we could just point to Eric's data resolution.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things though that I think was an issue from the inception was opening a pre-K dual language program without any thought on space and scaling that program up, I think was, for me, misguided from the start, that you're going to set families' expectations by giving them a pre-K program without having any idea of where it was going to be cited, I think was problematic. And I do think that as a council, if there is space in this district, we should think about how that space is used and really open it up to the community to say, how should we use that space, right? We heard people tonight looking for ASD Nest programs. There could be other ideas on literacy programs. So, I mean, I am just a little on, I would want a process. If there's space in this district that we're going to use for something, we should have a discussion on how that's used. And it could be a French dual language program. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I do
No, please.
Like when we were discussing that resolution, it was one of the last meetings when we were all actually physically together, when I remember saying like, well, what my concern was voting for this, which I was wholeheartedly behind. What's going to happen to these kids if there's no path for them afterwards? And it does sound like this parent group has been unbelievably active at trying to answer that. Having said that, pivoting to the point that Eric just made, Emily, what's the update with that NYU school?
We are pushing really full bore ahead.
Wasn't there a deadline for it to be capitalized before we would lose it?
We're working on that politically to make sure that that window stays open, and it is in the capital budget, but only as a placeholder. It's not fully funded. So there are people at the community board level who are looking to make sure that the window doesn't close, because it's like this December.
Right. And is that one still where
it like hasn't been built, and like, I mean, that's
but has the city also, or the DOE, pledged that it is going to be a school for students with disabilities, or has it not done that? And what was the process towards getting them to that point? More to Eric's exact point around, how does the city do these kind of analyses in order to figure out how space should be used?
So the community board, in that community board 2, does have a resolution on that space, specifically because it was an upzoning out of the community board, that community board. That was what that space came from. It was promised to the community because they got to increase bulk and density and all that stuff. It was a full ULURP process, and it was a 100,000 square foot school that was promised. So the community has a resolution on the books about that school specifically for that. But again, that's a long way down the way. And we're working to try to open a school potentially in District 6 as an incubation site, maybe doing it up in District 6 and then having that be our second site, or moving down, don't know.
So Emily, from what I understood about the process, it was an SCA decision, right? And
so that it was in the SCA budget. It's in that capital plan, that 5-year capital plan.
Right.
It's earmarked, but it's not fully funded.
And the reason they said they wouldn't fully fund it was because there's space in Upper Manhattan schools. I remember them saying at some point, and now with more space, I mean, is there? I can't say I'm optimistic.
It's the kind of thing where I think that, there's lots of different, pieces to that machine, and part of it is that when you go through a ULURP process as and an upzoning, and you promise a school, you should probably
deliver
on your promise.
I agree.
So, I mean, listen, there are schools that are, falling down that could be repurposed, that aren't ADA compliant. There's a million different ways that we could repurpose schools. We will always need new schools, whether we're in a crisis now, schools can be repurposed for senior centers. There's a million different ways of thinking about public spaces, but that was a public space that was promised. And,
I'm sure you could split the space with the French dual language program and, make everybody happy. So
in any case, that school is not slated. I mean, it hasn't even been built. So
true.
Listen, it's 10:45.
Well, let's remember we have another site, Duarte Square.
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
We have 2 sites that are supposed to become schools down here.
absolutely.
So,
Yep. Yeah, Trinity, the Trinity space, and there's also the Sims building. Anyway, there are sites, and we're looking at them
Can
for
we
that.
go to bed now?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's 10:46. I think we've all also I just wanted to acknowledge, Stefan, that I saw you raise your hand. Unfortunately, our public sessions are over, but that does not preclude you from coming to our next meeting and speaking. And it seems as though possibly somebody would like to write a resolution in support, but certainly the CEC has heard you tonight for sure.
And please email us too at info@cecd2.net.
But do I hear a motion to close?
I move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Second.
Excellent.
Good
All
night,
in favor?
everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a wonderful
Bye.
evening.
Bye.
Bye-bye.